I need to write your ticket now.
Isn't there anything we could do to change your mind?
And we mean anything.
Okay, give me $1 million.
We don't have $1 million.
How about 2 million?
Actually, we were thinking something more like this.
Boobies!
Well, hello, everybody. We are live. Live. That was an official Cop Watch video that we just watched. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, we have a show prepared for you today. People is in the house from the Press Harder channel. Yeah. Appreciate you coming in. Rochelle, you were early. Thank you for being early. I love you as well. Cop Block Hot Springs, let's go. I'm falling asleep. It's time to wake up. It is time to wake up, Cop Block Hot Springs. Stream Elements, thank you for joining us, Stream Elements. It's always good to see you, Stream Elements. StreamYard, the only guest I enjoy seeing more than Stream Elements is StreamYard, right? All right, guys. If you are watching this on a restream, thank you so much for checking it out. If this is your first time checking out the channel, we love boobies. We love boobies over on this channel. I mean, who doesn't love boobies, right? I mean, me and boobies is like a woman with shoes. Break them out because I want to see every pair you got. That's my claim on boobies. Anyway. Let's see. Yesterday, if you missed yesterday's show, we had a pretty good show. This is kind of what we talked about yesterday. We did listening to your emotions, right? We had Cop Watch Rockstar come into the chat yesterday. MCC, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. You guys know him. You guys love him. And here, let me play you this real fast so you can see who we're talking about. And MCC wanted me to play a video of his, so I've got a little snidbit for you. I've got a little clip to play for you from MCC's video. But let me go ahead and play this video to cue us up to get us a proper intro here, right? Let's do this.
Hey everybody, it's James Freeman. Today's video is coming to us from the channel Broken System, Broken Trust on YouTube. Head over there and check out some of his other videos. Don't forget to subscribe while you're there.
Broken system, broken trust. He could get money from me. He could borrow money from me.
I want you know what I want you to do? Because you're good at what you do. And I like what you do. And I'm going to give you credit for it.
Oh, well, thank
you. You will stand on your personal principles that you've talked to me about. And you will tell these judges and play their game.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing Sunday? One arrest, just one. It was September the 14th. It was, you guys know his YouTube channel. I got it in the description is Broken System, Broken Trust.
I bring you a channel that has a tremendous amount of educational value in its videos. I always knew that good, nice, smart, strong, and determined folks would find themselves with cameras and channels. This is an amazing community to be involved in. Become a part of the most important community on YouTube, guys. Subscribe to Broken System, Broken Trust, and get your notepads out. This dude is all those things I just mentioned.
I found over the Broken System, Broken Trust.
Well, you're here at Broken System, Broken Trust. We'll cut the video off there so we don't have to hear people say he doesn't jump on panels very often. But, you know, I play that video clip because, it just somewhat ironic. But anyway, MCC was in here yesterday. MCC asked us to play a video, so I will play you just a small clip of MCC's video. You guys can go check out the full video if you want to. Great video. Here it is. I got it queued up for you.
Oh, I told you, turn it the other way, you get a better picture.
Oh, look. Here's the news camera. We're going to be on the news tonight. You're going to jail. What's that? You might be. He said you're going to go to jail. That's so funny.
Oh yeah, he's got the big camera out.
He does.
Yeah.
Here.
You gonna allow that, dude?
Really?
Are you gonna
Hit me
allow
with
that?
that camera
I didn't
again.
hit
See
you.
if I don't knock you on your ass.
I didn't hit you.
You did.
You're all up in
You
it.
hit my hand.
Nice, dude. Let it
Back the f off.
TV5 fellas, I suggest you go inside. These guys do this every day. They know what they can and cannot do.
touch me, dude.
And I can defend myself. Smack.
TV5 fellas, I suggest you go inside. These guys do this every day. They know what they can and cannot do.
So what'd you think of that clip, guys? Pretty freaking crazy, huh? Pretty freaking crazy. And here, let me pull this up for you again, just so you know where you can go watch that video. Let's see. Here we go. We're getting it loaded up for you. If you didn't notice by the title of this video, this one is triggered Sob Sh Ts Showdown, right? Because we kind of got into that a little bit yesterday. We'll come back. We'll circle back to that. But here's MCC's video. If you want to check out the rest of it, it might help if I take this ticker down so you guys can see that. Direct your attention down there on the bottom. TV5 butthurt over cameras they don't control. And then you heard what that cop actually said at the end of that clip, right? These guys do this every day. Hey, TV5 fellas, go back inside. These guys do this every day. They know what they can and they cannot do, right? I thought that was pretty telling. But anyway, you guys feel free in the comments section. Tell me what you think about MCC's video. And better yet, head on over to MCC's channel as soon as this video is done. Go ahead and watch that full video. Leave him a comment over there and let him know what you thought. So anyway, let's see. Let's get into the title of today's video, right? Triggered Sob Sh Ts Showdown, right? Because we got a bunch of sob shits out there. This is the guy I'm talking about right here. What a little whiny crybaby. Look at this whiny crybaby right here, okay? Now, he puts this up, and I forgot to blur out the name and blur out the image, right? Which is what I should have done. Feel free to sub to my backup channel just in case a random auditor sovereign citizen decides to knowingly file false copyright strikes against my main page. This is what I'm talking about right here. I put up this poll in the community section of this channel. Feel free, head on over there, take this poll. I'd love for you to vote on this poll right here. And the poll is, should I file 3 copyright strikes to take down a bully channel? All 3 strikes on the same day would render that channel gone. I never mentioned whose channel. So, with this post right here, it appears that this guy believes that that was directed at him. So, why would he think that that comment is directed at him? That's interesting, right? Do you find that interesting? Because I find that very interesting. What I find even more interesting are the comments that are on this poll. So head on over there, take the poll, read the comments section, right? Because the most interesting thing about this, in my opinion, are the comments, okay? The comments are even more interesting than the actual poll itself, okay? Because number one, I didn't say I was going to file 3 copyright strikes against the bully channel. I never said that I was going to. I just wanted to know what the opinion was, right? Right now, as it stands with that poll, when I took this screenshot, it was 33% yes, 47% no, 20% maybe. So that's 53% saying that I should. But again, I never mentioned what channel I was thinking about doing this to, but here's my point, right? This guy, okay. Oh, and guess who just shared the post? But anyway, this guy right here, right? Let me just say this, right? You play videos of mine without asking permission, okay? Then you hide behind fair use. Now, what I've noticed is that anytime I do that with any content that's over on your channels, which I shouldn't even do in the first place because you're not even worth covering, to be perfectly honest. Like, to be perfectly honest, you're probably not even worth covering. But, and here's the key but, right? Is that I never said that I was going to strike your channel. Add to that the fact that that's what you guys do to this channel. Any copyright strikes that I've ever received are from opposing side channels, right? Your co-host, the co-host that appears on your show. And I'll show you who I'm talking about. It's this guy. Watch this guy. This guy filed a copyright strike against me. So isn't Turnabout fair play?
What's up? Yeah, just that's a good video. So
So that guy filed a copyright strike against me for using, I think, like what, 30, 45-second clip of yours? And then you've got the Blue Baconator. You got Blue Baconator who filed a copyright strike against me, all because, well, let's be honest, he was completely embarrassed. And so that guy doesn't like to be embarrassed whatsoever. He filed a copyright strike against me, right? So, I mean, wouldn't Turnabout be fair play? No, I never said I was going to. Again, I never said I was going to file the copyright strikes against you. But if I'm guilty of it when you guys filed the copyright strikes against me, why wouldn't Turnabout be fair play? You know, I usually avoid doing that sort of stuff, right? Regardless, you know, they just want something to cry about. They just want something to cry about. Let me go through some chat real fast, and we'll move on to the main topic, which is triggered a Sob Sh Ts Showdown. If you guys want to give this stream a quick like, I certainly appreciate that. We're going to have no quota, no threshold for likes on this video before we get to the main topic. We're just going to move through. I've got a couple things I want to talk about tonight. We're probably not going to open this thing up to a panel tonight, but we'll come back strong tomorrow, and I will have a lot more time tomorrow night to open this thing up to a panel. I'm just going to get through what I have to get through tonight, but let's start off by reading some chat. Prairie, appreciate you being in here. Cop Block Hot Springs, not even worth covering. You know what? Yeah, I mean that's just the realization that I got to come to, right? Hazukai, because you went to his house, maybe he would assume you are obsessed. Well, Hazukai, where I come from, you know, you meet people in person. You meet them in person, and then you sit down and you go, hey, you know, maybe all this online beef, or maybe this beef that we're having from all this he said, she said bullshit. Okay, you get together like fucking men and you talk about it face to face. The dude was scared enough to not even come off his property. That's how scared this dude was. Now, let me ask you, Hazukai, why was he so scared? Why was that little crybaby so scared, right? Playing your content without permission? Yes. Keeper of the list says. Now, I'm still undecided. If somebody can please hide 69xxx.life, I would appreciate it. Whenever I go to block a user from here, an error occurred, try refreshing the page. So I can't do it on my end. If you wouldn't mind blocking 69xxx.life, that's for Pornhub, guys. We all know where we can go if we want to watch Pornhub, right? That's for after the stream, by the way. Or if you're doing that, please do that in private. Don't announce it to us, right? Anyways, Epic Cop Watch News. Press Harder, good to see you, brother. Much love, bro. Hope everything is good with you. Appreciate you being in here, Epic Cop Watch News. And let's see if I missed anybody else in chat. It doesn't look like it. Looks like I am caught up. So anyway, let's get back on the topic, right? The topic is triggered Sob Sh Ts Showdown. And then I see over there, they're talking about doing a copyright strike on this channel for a little clip, a brief little clip we played last night. If you didn't see what that clip was about, it's about a panelist. Her name is Witch. And this panelist, Witch, I'll show you who I'm talking about first, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about Witch. This is her in a nutshell, okay? Ready? This is Witch. This is what I saw today.
Me in the generalization saying, oh, all of you are fucked up. All of you are like Chili.
What?
When you put me in the generalization.
Quite frankly, you are like Chili. I mean, Chili's the one who reveals private information and private conversations.
I'm sorry, am I the one doxing you? Am I the one telling you where you are, what you do, who you're with, what school you go to? Hi, Joe Cool, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm loving this.
I didn't resort to calling you names. You did. You're calling me a high school drama bitch? How about you calling me a cunt? How many fucking times? I didn't call you one fucking name.
Well,
not one.
Let's put this in context. Which
Really?
message
You want to put it in
that-
context? What kind of context would be you being
Which-
appropriate to calling me a fucking cunt?
Well,
huh?
Which said that I need to grow a thicker skin. Just
You
because-
do. You really do.
So I wanted to point out to her that, well, you know, this sort of comment goes both ways.
Really? Because I didn't call you any fucking names, did I?
You need to grow a thicker skin.
Really? You think so? How many times did I go up against Vegas Valley? How many times I've gone up against BSBT? How many times did BSBT try to fucking dox me and I told him to go fuck off? Huh?
I don't know. I mean,
Exactly. You don't know fucking shit. So don't tell me I need a new thick
see,
fucking skin.
I mean, look at her. Look at her. This is what happens when you.
Oh,
drink.
look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah, you're acting
a
like
high
a
school
fool.
beta fucking bitch.
Yeah,
Can I give my 2 cents on that that guy
Yes,
that got
please.
beat up?
Yes, please, Crypto.
Oh,
What'd you guys think of that clip, right? Now, a couple things in that clip. I'll play a few sections of that clip. First off, which, to answer your question, how many times have you gone up against BSBT? 0. You've never gone up against me. If you'd like, you know, you're more than welcome. I'll open it up to a panel just so you can come on here and so you can kind of, you know, speak for yourself. But when have I ever gone up against you? Never. You've never gone against me. You know why? Because, well, frankly, you could not handle the questions that I have for you, let's just be perfectly honest. You would not be able to handle the questions I have for you, okay? Because I'm going to ask you why you think it's okay to excuse your ex-husband's 3 DUIs. You look past his 3 DUIs. And then Nick Volt hit the nail right on the head with you, Witch. You got to grow thicker skin. Man, if you're going to survive in these YouTube streets here, if you're going to survive, damn, you definitely need to get some thicker skin there, lady. You definitely need to get some thicker skin. Here's 2 more clips out of that, and then I'm going to talk to you. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't notice in that clip, Joe Cool is up there. Joe Cool, friend of this channel. You saw him on that intro that we had, right? Joe Cool is a friend of this channel. Let's play a couple of the clips. These are 2 moments that I stuck out from that clip.
Let's put this in context. Which
Really?
message
You want to put it in
that-
context? What kind of context would be you being appropriate to calling me a fucking cunt?
Well,
huh?
Which said that I need to grow a thicker skin. Just
You
because-
do. You really do.
How about you take your own advice there? Because you're acting like a fucking cunt. You were acting like a cunt in that video clip right there. You need to get thicker skin, lady. That's all I got to tell you right there. You definitely need to grow thicker skin. So, you know, AJ Onyx making trouble on these YouTube streets, Prairie says. Well, you know what? I like Julia. And I think she gets picked on unfairly. I really do. I think she gets targeted and picked on unfairly. Can she take it a little better? Maybe, right? But she's protected if she wants to come back through here. Cop Block Hot Springs. Cunt echoes through Walmart, right? Let's see. I would like the link for backstage. Tried to get it before the show. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Hold on, Rochelle. We'll get it to you. Give me just a second. If I exit out, guys, I will be right back. Hold on, guys. All right, there we go. So hopefully that didn't exit me out of the show. If it did, I apologize. But anyways, so let's come back to a couple of the clips that I saw, and we can talk about this. Again, this is Triggered, Sob Sh Ts Showdown, and that's kind of the clip that I was talking about. And we got somebody backstage, and that is Rochelle, my YouTube wife. So she's gonna be running some things behind the scenes. But here, let me pull this clip up, and then we'll talk a little bit more in depth about where we're going with this whole thing, right?
Because I didn't call you any fucking names, did I?
You need to grow a thicker skin.
Really? You think so? How many times did I go up against Vegas Valley? How many times I've gone up against BSBT? How many
have you gone up against Vegas Valley? I don't know. I saw it maybe one time. How many times did he go up against me? None. Zero. Yeah, exactly. It's getting a little ridiculous, right, Prairie? Big mouth, she cries victim. Yeah, if you're gonna have a big mouth, if you're gonna have a big mouth, guess what? Maybe something needs to be inserted into that mouth to shut you the hell up. That's all I gotta say. You know, geez, oh Pete's. Joe Cool gets around. Yeah, he does. Joe Cool definitely gets around. So let's play this clip one more time, and then I want to touch on just a couple other points. Okay, let's see. Here's the full clip.
Me in the generalization saying, "Oh, all of you are fucked up. All of you are like Chili."
What?
When you put me in that generalization.
Quite frankly, you are like Chili. I mean, Chili's the one who reveals private information and private conversations.
I'm sorry, am I the one doxing you? Am I the one telling you where you are, what you do, who you're with, what school you go to? Hi, Joe Cool, how you doing?
How you doing? I'm loving this.
I didn't resort to calling you names. You did. You're calling me a high school drama bitch? How about you calling me a cunt? How many fucking times? I didn't call you one fucking name.
Well,
not one.
Let's put this in context.
Really? You want to put it in context? What kind of context would be you being appropriate to calling me a fucking cunt? Huh?
Which said that I need to grow a thicker skin.
You do. You really do.
So I wanted to point out to her that, well, you know, this sort of comment goes both ways.
Really? Because I didn't call you any fucking names, did I?
You need to grow a thicker skin.
Really? You think so? How many times did I go up against Vegas Valley? How many times I've gone up against BSBT? How many times did BSBT try to fucking dox me and I told him to go fuck off? Huh?
I don't know. I mean,
exactly. You don't know fucking shit. So don't tell me I need a new thick fucking skin.
Look at her. Look at her. This is what happens when you drink.
Oh, look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah, you're acting like
high school beta fucking bitch.
Can I give my 2 cents on that that guy that got beat up?
Yes, please, Crypto.
Oh.
Now, originally on that panel, what they were talking about is Annapolis audits and him at a polling station, and him having somebody go hands-on with him. That's what they were talking about before that conversation got derailed. Okay, but hear me out, Witch. You definitely need to grow thicker skin, lady. If you're going to survive in these YouTube streets, you definitely need to have some thicker skin, right? Press your pick a witch's mouth, right? Authority check. Hey, thanks for coming in and peeping out the stream. Appreciate you being in here. Okay, so again on that clip, okay? How many times did I try to dox you, Witch? Never. I've never tried to dox you. Now, we were in a live chat one time, and I did say that I had access to your home address. I did say that. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Now, you guys want to know where the whole doxing thing comes into place? Okay, and this is why I'm calling this the Sob Sh Ts Showdown right here and Triggered. Okay? You want to know where the doxing thing comes in. I played this clip for you before. I'll play it again. Here we go. This has to do with cop watching. This has to do with watching judges and court watching. Here we go.
To be easy, plead guilty, pay the fine, and leave. This is for those people who want to resist and say, hey, I know what you're doing. I'm not a sheep. You know, I'm one of the few and the rare. You're not going to have your way with me, bend me over verbally, and I'm not knowing what's going on, and, you know, and have my lawyer do my talking for me. No, that's not how that's going to go down. I know exactly who you are, what you're doing, where you come from, and if I wanted to, I could find out where you live, your email address, and your personal cell phone number, while putting it all online. We need ways to fight back against their just blatantly, openly, arrogant, daily barbarism, their breaking of their own rules, their rampant hypocrisy, etc., 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 right?
Now, I think the clip that goes over most people's head, and I'll play this one section right here. The portion of that clip that goes over most people's heads, or, you know, what is appearing to go right over your head. Here we go. Ready?
I know exactly who you are, what you're doing, where you come from, and if I wanted to, I could find out where you live, your email address, and your personal cell phone number, while putting it all online.
You want to know how to beat judges and prosecutors at their own game? This is how you do it.
I know exactly who you are, what you're doing, where you come from, and if I wanted to, I could find out where you live, your email address, and your personal cell phone number while putting it all online.
Okay, so I know doxing is, very controversial. Doxing is controversial, but what do you think police do whenever they ask you for ID? Okay, whenever cops ask you for ID, this is what they're doing. They want to take your personal information and where you lay your head at night. They want to put it in their little system, and they want to try to dox you and they're not trying to dox you to, a general population of just random people. They want your information to be shared with armed psychopaths that could show up to your house in the middle of the night, like they did for Big G audit, right? So that's the difference, guys. That's the difference. So, I don't care how you feel about doxing, whether you think it's right or wrong. I could give two shits whether you think it's right or wrong. Because what the hell do you think the cops are doing every time they ask you for your ID? Okay? Which that gets into, I'll play you a clip of something else I want to talk to you guys about later on this week. And this is from the Armed Fisherman. Let me pull this up for you guys. Because this is a video that I watched, which was just outstanding video, and I'll show you. Here's the video right here, and this is from a channel called Attorney Tom. Pro se deposition goes differently than expected. Okay, let me play you just a random clip of what of that stream or that video. You guys can go watch the full video for yourselves. But I'm going to talk about this a little more in depth later on this week, okay?
Warning. Okay, so perfect. So trespass after warning, you have to give them the option to leave, and then if they do not leave, then you can arrest them, correct?
That's correct.
At what point was I trespassing?
Mr. Taylor, if you had just showed us some identification, this all could have been avoided, but you refused.
If you would have just shown us some ID, this all could have been avoided, right? Does anybody else see the problem with that? Does anybody else see the problem with what that guy just said? Let's play it again.
Warning.
Okay, so perfect. So trespass after warning, you have to give them the option to leave, and then if they do not leave, then you can arrest them, correct?
That's correct.
At what point was I trespassing?
Mr. Taylor, if you had just showed us some identification, this all could have been avoided, but you refused.
If you would have just shown us some identification, this all could have been avoided. That's the problem with law enforcement nowadays. They want to violate your Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your person's houses, papers, and effects. They want to violate your privacy to satisfy their suspicions. Okay? That's wrong. That is wrong, wrong, wrong. Okay? Now, I don't have a clip of this queued up, but take my word for it, which, I did pay attention to what you were saying in that stream. And here's just how ignorant you are, here's how ignorant you are. You are actually very ignorant. And I don't say these words carelessly. These words are meant specifically for you, because you don't know what the hell you are talking about. Okay? I don't have the video queued up, but you said on there, Blue Bear is a law enforcement officer. Blue Bear has expertise on the law, right? Isn't that what you said, And then you have Nick Volt up there, who's a physics professor, and you're like, Nick Volt, you come up here and you try to talk like you're all high and mighty because you have a PhD in physics. But we're not talking about physics. We're talking about the law, which is where Blue Bear has his expertise. Really? Seriously? That's what you're going to say? From my observations, a primary reason for this channel and for cop watching channels is we show every day with video evidence. These cops do not know the law. They don't know the law, lady. That's the problem. Don't you see, witch? So when you try to say that a law enforcement officer knows the law, you couldn't be more misinformed. You couldn't be more wrong, okay? You're just talking out of your ass, lady. Channels like mine, and this channel in particular, show you every single day with video evidence that cops do not know the law. Here, let me show you a couple examples of what I'm talking about here, okay? Let me just show you a couple examples, right? Let me get these queued up, and I promise this is going to make sense. Okay? Well, now I got to go fetch a video, see? This is what happens. Now I got to go fetch the video. Hold on. And we'll come back so I can show you this example, okay? Let me get this queued up for you guys, and then we'll come back and talk about this a little bit more in depth, okay? Let me show you an example of a cop that doesn't know the law and how cops have to answer when they're on the stand versus when they're in person in front of you, okay? These guys don't know the law, which that's not what you're understanding. You fail to understand basic concepts of law, like the Fourth Amendment, okay? I don't have to give ID for jack shit unless I've broken the law. And then unless you can articulate what law I've broken, you don't get my ID. You don't get to dox me as a cop. You just don't get to do it. Okay? Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about right here. Of cops not knowing the law. Okay? I'll read through a couple comments till this video gets pulled up here. Keeper of the list. It's a tater tot. Oh, what are we talking about? Do we have tater tot in the house? Do we have tater tot in the house? I was hoping tater. Oh, here we go. Hi, Broken. What's going on? Appreciate you coming in. Now, I showed your dad's video a little bit earlier in the stream. Go ahead and rewind and check it out. I'm going to, by the way, guys, I'm going to take a couple other clips of that video out and maybe play them for you. Hopefully, maybe law dog don't go around here, law dog, right? Exactly. But I'm going to go ahead and get a couple more clips from his video, and then hopefully maybe he can join me up on panel so that we can go ahead and talk about that a little bit more in depth. But here's an example of cops not knowing the damn law, okay? Let's go ahead and play this for you.
Show people just how backwards things are right now. Just how backwards it is. I'm sorry? Yeah, but I prefer if everybody stays 6 feet away from me. You don't need to get closer to me. Sir, you're getting too close. I'll back up. I'll back up. We can hear each other just fine from here.
So distance is our friend. I don't know how many videos I've watched where it's not even a factor. They just let the cop walk up however close they want to.
I got freedom of speech too. I got freedom of speech too. 10 feet. 10 feet. 10 feet. 10 feet. 10 feet. Stay 10 feet away from me at all times.
Hey, would you look? Whoa, that's too close. For civilian safety, would you mind just keeping at least 10 feet away from me? I'll just speak up. We can hear each other just fine. But there's really no reason whatsoever for you to be within 3 feet of me. I consider that extremely unsafe. After all, you are armed, and I am not.
Yeah, but I prefer if everybody stays 6 feet away from me. You don't need to get closer to me. Sir, you're getting too close. I'll back up. I'll back up. We can hear each other just fine from here. Right? I'm not going to.
So that's the video I made for Cop Watch Safety. That's the video I made for Cop Watch Safety for any beginner cop watchers out there, anybody thinking about doing this. But if you didn't notice, the title of the video that I shared for the example is that resulted in disorderly conduct right there. That resulted in those little bastards thinking they could hit me with disorderly conduct. Now, why is this important to the law discussion that I was talking about? Here's the conversation I have with a public defender. Okay, I'll play you this conversation with a public defender so you can hear for yourself. Who is this public defender, you ask? This public defender was the same guy who represented Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford school shooter. So what I'm trying to tell you is that that's Paulette Michelle Lofton. If you direct your attention to the top there, right there, it says, however, Ethan Crumbley is aware his parents are in custody, according to Paulette Michelle Lofton. She's no slouch, okay? She's no slouch of an attorney. She is representing clients that are being charged with homicide. This woman is no joke. So this is Paulette Michelle Lofton, and this is me and her in our little conversation about the law.
So you obviously have an absolute right to a jury trial. Would you like to proceed with a jury trial, or will you be asking for a bench trial? That's where Judge Martinez would make the decision.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to do a bench trial. I'm not going to be prosecuted from the bench. Hell no, because judges are always going to be biased and on the prosecutor's side from my experience. So hell no, I will always go with the jury trial. But before that, where we left off last time was we were trying to establish if they even have jurisdiction to bring the charges.
Okay, so the alleged offense occurred in Pontiac at the Oakland County Circuit Court.
Right, so we're
charged you.
Right, so we're talking about geographic area as far as jurisdiction. I will concede that they had the geographic area. What I'm not conceding is, do they have any corpus delicti or anything to establish that they have jurisdiction?
Okay.
You know what corpus delicti is, right?
I do. Yes.
Okay, proof of a crime, or a corpse, or show me the crime. Show me the crime, and if there is no victim, then they really don't have any jurisdiction.
Correct. I would agree that is the definition of corpus delicti. So you can definitely raise that argument prior to the trial.
Well, I mean, I'm simply gonna ask for proof of jurisdiction, and has the prosecutor passed, or is there any factual evidence of jurisdiction? Because it's not, the burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is on them.
Of course. Do you have a copy of the police report?
No, but I did make a transcript. As you saw, I kind of typed it out for my YouTube video, because I make the YouTube videos for educational purposes only. I'm not a lawyer. I've never been to law school.
Okay, I've never been to law school, and I'm not a lawyer. By the way, people, if you're still in here, I did see a clip that you sent me. Maybe we can get into that tomorrow. I'll go ahead and pull that clip up, and we'll see about playing that tomorrow. Definitely is something, obviously, if you sent it, it's going to pique my interest. So when I get a chance to check that out, I was running literally last minute up until this stream started to make sure I got everything that was prepared for the show. But again, let me play this clip for you, and then I'm going to share 2 examples of my court dates where you can hear me in a court of law, and then I'm going to play you the arraignment. Then I'm also going to break down the arraignment and what's going on in this arraignment so we can break it down in real time, right? And then what we're also going to do with this arraignment is that after I get done breaking down the arraignment for you, what we're going to do is then we're going to listen to an example of somebody that does not have any training in law or does not understand anything or have any background and what they would call a quote unquote sheep. Then you'll hear the difference between somebody that just goes in there and just basically forfeits all their rights, goes in there, they're not willing to stand up, not willing to say anything, and then you can tell me if you notice a difference. So we're going to play this clip in its entirety. And then we're going to come back and we're going to show you the difference between knowing just a little bit and being able to record and stand up for yourself in court, because really what you're doing when you stand up for yourself in court, you're standing up to a bully is what you're doing.
But after helping all kinds of people, you know, over the last 3 years, you know, especially this last 12 months where they're within the judicial training network, they are spreading our tactics, and that is becoming evident in the recordings that I'm getting. And so I've created this new script. Now, keep in mind, this isn't going to make your life easier, okay? If you want your life to be easy, plead guilty, pay the fine, and leave. This is for those people who want to resist and say, hey, I know what you're doing. I'm not a sheep. You know, I'm one of the few and the rare. You're not going to have your way with me, bend me over verbally, and I'm not knowing what's going on, and, you know, have my lawyer do my talking for me. No, that's not how that's going to go down. I know exactly who you are, what you're doing, where you come from, and if I wanted to, I could find out where you live, your email address, and your personal cell phone number while putting it all online.
All right, so that's where we're at with that, right? Now let's play you this arraignment, and then you tell me what you think. Ready? This is the arraignment for that disorderly video that we played earlier.
My Christian name is Joshua Peter. My last name, my surname is Lanto.
Okay, Joshua. Is it Peter Joshua Lanto 210392? O is an Oscar, M is in Mary. Miss Plaster, your appearance for me in this, please. Nancy Plaster, P37170 for purposes of arraignment only. We're going to wait for a reading, stand mute. Ask for a plea of not guilty and a personal bond. Now, Mr. Lanto is insistent that he would like to plead guilty today, and I said I did not believe the court would accept that plea, but I would ask.
To be specific, I just have a few clarifications that I need to make. But yes, I do intend today to plead guilty, pay the fine, or, you know, accept my punishment, if you will, and just be done with this matter today.
Now, I don't know for certain, but I have a feeling that this judge knows that this script is coming, and that she knows that I'm not just, you know, going to just take whatever they're ready to hand out to me, right? I'm about to resist, and I think she knows it. And I'll let you listen, and you can tell me what you think in the comments.
Nancy, this was at is this in front of the court, sir? What was this at?
I'm sorry, where was what at?
Where was this incident at?
The incident was, I was up at the 1200 building.
And the 1200 building is the local courthouse here. It's the circuit courthouse in Pontiac, Michigan. That's where you saw the video of me with the cop watcher safety training, where I said, I'll back up. We can hear each other just fine. That's where I got the disorderly. So she's asking me where this happened. So that's telling me right now this judge has no firsthand knowledge of anything that happened up at that 1200 building. Now, why is that important? We'll get into that.
I'm hesitant on taking a plea without more information. All I have is the four corners of the document.
I'm hesitant on taking a plea. All I have is the four corners of the document. That judge just admitted on record that she knows nothing about this incident. She's not seen what happened on the incident. All she has is the four corners of the document. That's all she has. Now, you tell me, is she treating me as it? We'll listen to the rest of this arraignment, but does she treat me as if I'm innocent until proven guilty, or does she treat me like I'm already guilty? She's already admitted just right there that all she has is the four corners of the document.
The city attorney will have the incident report because I am concerned.
I am concerned. You're concerned? All you have is the four corners of the document. You just fucking said it, lady.
This is something that, if it was a serious matter, you were there for a probate, civil, criminal matter, and things got out of control. I'm concerned with your other visits. I don't want you to think you just get fines and costs. This is punishable by jail. This is punishable by probation.
Oh yeah,
It's a fines and costs.
right, and that's the reason I had a few clarifications, if you wouldn't mind. Because I did receive the notice to appear. Number 4 on the document states that failure to appear in a criminal case may subject you to the penalty for contempt of court, and a bench warrant may. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
I'm not accepting your plea. This will be assigned to Honorable Judge Martinez. You'll be back before him at a pre-trial conference on August 30th. You will have another attorney there to advise you through your rights.
Well, I object.
And maybe
I object.
okay, you can object all you want to, but because I can put you in jail, I have to, under the statute, appoint you an attorney.
Now, what did she just say there? Because I can put you in jail, I have to, under the state statute, assign you an attorney. Okay? In my next court date, I get to clarify with the next judge and say, is that true? That judge says, no, that's not true. I said, well, then why would Rhonda, this bitch of a judge, this gross, disgusting lady, this Rhonda Gross, this fucking dishonorable fucking judge that wears a black robe, why would she have just said that if that's not true?
If you have all the money in the world and you want to hire an attorney, I'd be more than happy to speak to you.
I have no desire to do that either.
Sir, I can't sentence you to jail, or any other judge can sentence you to jail, which might happen in this case, unless you have an attorney.
For simply asking questions.
Notice for the record. All right, I tell you what.
For simply asking questions.
I'm going to dismiss you from the camera as very disruptive, and let's adjourn this arraignment.
Let's adjourn this arraignment. Did you hear her just say, let's adjourn this arraignment? That means postpone. This judge was so fucking flustered, she couldn't even remember her words properly.
Get out, ma'am, so you can calm down.
Ma'am, I'm completely calm.
You keep interrupting me. Mr. Latino, we're going to adjourn this.
There it is a second time. We're going to adjourn this. At my next court date, I get to ask them, well, didn't she adjourn this on the record, which means postpone? This arraignment never even took place, and she went ahead and marched it into a pretrial.
And have you think about things, and because you don't want to listen, so you're not the judge, you're not the attorney.
I understand that. Is it my turn to talk?
Nope. This is not the time to talk.
I don't get an opportunity to talk.
You want to listen to me?
I'm happy to listen to you.
This is not the pre-trial conference where you get to talk. This is not this. This is just a simple arraignment, informing you of your charges and your court date. That's it.
Okay, so, okay, I understand that.
So be quiet. This will go back to Honorable Judge Martinez for a pre-trial conference. I'm going to note on the file to him that you may be a little combative.
I'm going to note on the file to him that you may be a little combative. Well, I'm sorry. I thought we were in a court of law. I thought we're supposed to be verbally combative in a court of law. Lady, you gross, disgusting piece of shit judge, you.
Personal bond. I'm reluctantly giving you a personal bond. You have to post cash.
She's reluctantly giving me a personal bond when earlier in this court date, she just admitted all she knows about this case, what she has in the four corners of the document. And now you wonder what's wrong with our judicial system.
You'll be back August the 30th, 21 at 9 o'clock for disorderly. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You're this close to either getting a cash bond or this close turning yourself into jail.
For the words that are just coming out of my mouth?
No, you need to be quiet. All right, no return to the county courthouse until this matter is reserved.
Well, I have a court date.
No return to the county courthouse unless this matter is resolved.
Okay, so I have a court date.
No return to the okay.
I have a court date there on the.
Connect him and you can send a notice to him. All right, we're going to disconnect you. Thank you, sir.
I have a court date there on the 19th.
There you go, guys. What did you think of that court date? Talk about, all right, you think you're innocent until proven guilty? I mean, come on. Now I'll play the beginning of this where you hear like just your regular ordinary folks, the sheep, if you want to call them sheep, and they get marched through there, right? They get marched through there. Sir, I'm not in the military, cunt. Oh, Cop Block Hot Springs, you crack me up. Let me read through chat real fast. Shadow of Justice, I did it. I don't know who you're talking about. I'll mail you some trifolds. Well, thank you, Delete Laws. Those should protect me in a court of law. Paladin, how you doing, Paladin? Appreciate you coming in here, if you're still in here. All right, so that was my court date, right? That was my court date. Now let's play you what happened earlier so you can hear the difference. These are the sheep, okay? Ready?
Lanto.
Joshua, I got you checked in Judge Grove's courtroom.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you back in our waiting room until we call this matter in the courtroom.
Oh.
Just be patient and do not disconnect.
Okay, sounds good.
Recording in progress. Miss Parker, Miss Pierce, Mr. Lanto. Miss Pierce, what case are you here for? I don't know exactly. I got an email that I had arraignment today. He was scheduled for this morning, Judge. Yeah, it was scheduled for this morning, and I thought for some reason I was thinking it said 2:30 when I went to go look at it. It said 9 o'clock, so I emailed. Her name was Holly, and she had me join at like 1:20. Miss Plaster, if you can advise her, I don't know if you have a copy of my morning docket. I do. She was supposed to be here for arraignment of driving while license suspended.
Driving while license suspended. Ooh, a nonviolent victimless crime, you dumb bitch. Judge, you dumb fucking cunt. Show us an obligation that somebody has. Show us some factual information or some factual proof that a private civilian has any obligation to follow the written instrument called traffic code. How about that, you dumb cunt of a bitch of a judge, and you're ready to fucking strip somebody of their freedom, you bitch.
I will address it. I'll set aside the bench warrants that I issued. Okay, that's Miss Urban.
I'll set aside the bench warrants. Oh, you are so nice there, Rhonda Gross, you gross, disgusting, pathetic piece of shit judge.
No, Lisa Pierce. Okay, Pierce, very good. Lisa Renee Pierce. So I did do bench warrants, but I'll set aside the bench warrants and she can join us. So, and then, sir, with the colorful background, what's your name?
My Christian name is Joshua Peter. My last name and surname is Lanto.
Okay, Lanto. Okay, all right, Earl, go ahead and put those three in. I don't think Miss England ever joined us. Oh, there she is.
I think I'm joined.
Hold on, guys. We're going to keep playing that audio so you can hear a difference between if you want to be a sheep and you want to just march your happy ass through there, go for it. Let me add this banner real quick. All right, so this is what we're talking about, okay? These are court dates. You're going to hear the difference between the sheeple and the people, quote unquote, that are sheep versus a guy who's never been to law school, never taken law classes, and the type of shit that the resistance you can throw up by knowing just a few simple things about law.
Hello. All right. Hopefully we are not having technical difficulties.
Oh no, we're okay. I'm the arraignment attorney Arraignment is just notice of the charges and conditions pending resolution of the matter.
Right. Well, I have some clarifications that I need to address with the court.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you all in general, and then I can go through your specifics. How does that sound?
All right.
So, like I said, all it is setting of a bond and conditions pending the resolution of the matter. Since you guys are all voluntarily appearing, it's going to be a personal.
Since you all are voluntarily appearing, right? Voluntarily appearing, you consider appearing under duress and coercion. You consider that voluntarily? Seriously? Fucking idiot.
Okay.
Well, and are we on record at this point? No. Okay.
We're not on the record.
Okay.
I asked if we were on record because I was going to point out that I am not there voluntarily.
Okay. This is a breakout room. So I'll just go through Miss Pierce. You're supposed to be here this morning. She entered bench warrant. She's going to set them aside since you're here today.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Thank you for setting aside those warrants. Thank you so much, Judgy Poo, for treating a presumed innocent person as if they're guilty already. Thank you, Judgy Poo.
Okay, your case is, you have two charges. One is loitering and
Loitering, nonviolent victimless crime.
one is an old driving while license.
Driving without the king's permission. Big fucking deal. Nonviolent victimless crime.
Wait, make sure I got them on the right place. One's to fail to answers to some type of thing from 2016. And I don't even know what that's from. I seen that and I didn't even know what that was from. Okay. Well, you must not have appeared at some point on an old matter where it may just be a money matter, okay? And then the other.
It may just be a money matter. Gee, you don't fucking think? Holy shit, it's probably just a money matter.
One is newer driving while license suspended. They're both from the same 2016. So the bench warrants got set aside. You're going to have new pre-trial dates. An attorney will contact you to go through the specifics of your case. Okay. And should have said, I'm pretty sure, why has it been since 2016 that you haven't been here?
Why has it been since 2016 since you haven't fucking been here? Probably because I shouldn't have to be here in the first fucking place. You asshole bitch. How about that?
I just had, in 2017, I moved out of state, and I went down a very dark path. I won't lie. Went down a dark path, and I was in Florida. I went to jail. I got out, and I came back home to Michigan. I'm working now. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. I'm trying to get my life back on track, and
Listen to this poor lady grovel, right? Begging this court, like basically, I went down a dark path, boo-hoo, blah, 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 getting all defensive, right? Fuck these courts.
My probation officer was telling me about this, so I was trying to get everything taken care of, your whole thing. So you came to them, you're going to get a personal, they'll set a new date, you'll get these things untangled, okay? Okay. So for today, you can leave the breakout room, and then we'll go in front of the judge, and she'll give you the next time and date. It may or may not be in front of Judge Gross. There's three different judges. It'll be whatever judge was the one who originally heard your case, okay? Okay. All right, very good. If you touch your screen, you hit the blue leave the breakout room, you can do that now, and I'll be in once I've finished speaking with everyone else. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. What the fuck are you thanking these people for? They're robbing you. They're trying to steal from you. Fuck thanking these bitches.
You're welcome. Okay, and then I have, I might as well, you have a bunch of questions, Mr. Lanto. Why don't you go ahead?
Fuck yeah, I got a bunch of fucking questions, you dumb cunt.
And yours is a loitering case, and it's from 21, so it's from this year.
Yeah, because I just have every intention today. I have the ticket right here. I just intend to sign it and plead guilty and be done.
You can only be arraigned because it's a misdemeanor. You cannot plead guilty today. She will not take your plea. She's going to make you of the judge that assigned to it could be her.
Right. I just want to take care of this today and have this.
I don't think she's gonna let you. You can try to do that.
Okay. I guess it's best to wait to to ask my clarifications then until I have the opportunity to talk to her.
Because it's a misdemeanor, it carries up to 93 days in jail, fines up to $500, up to
Threats. 2
years of probation. That's why I doubt she's gonna take your plea.
Okay.
She's gonna have you talk to an attorney who go into the specific situation that you're charged with.
They're going to try to attach an attorney to you to shut you up so you can't say the shit that you need to say in an American courtroom, to point out the hypocrisy, the blatant fucking disregard for rules.
Yeah, I have no.
I to plead on another date after you talk to an attorney, but she's not going to take.
Yeah, I have no desire to do any of that. And the one clarification I wanted to address was on the notice that I got. It did say, let's see, number 4 states here, failure to appear in the criminal case may subject you to the penalty for contempt of court, and a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest. So I guess I have to find out first. So the word in there that's tricky is may, as in may not, and it appears like it's optional, like the court may or may not do it. So if the court's not going to do that, then obviously I have no desire to be here. But if they will issue a warrant for my arrest, then obviously, you know.
If you're here today scheduled for arraignment and you decide not to stay on and go in front of the judge, she's going to issue a warrant.
Okay, so the court will issue a warrant for my arrest if I do not.
You have now scheduled this arraignment date. Yes, they will.
Well, I did. Well, just to clarify, I didn't schedule. Yeah.
You insist on doing, but just hold on and let us do that, okay?
Okay, yeah. And I plan on being totally calm and completely respectful. I just have a few questions to ask. So hopefully, I know this court does enjoy the powers of contempt. So if that's going to be issued to me, I would prefer a warning before such a charge is issued against me. And I think that's a pretty fair and reasonable request.
You have to stay calm with this judge.
Absolutely.
He could get upset at you and charge you with contempt if you're not properly respectful to her. But we will try to.
All I ask is for a warning, because like I said, I prefer to stay calm, respectful, just like I am right now.
Very good. So hang on there. We'll be in front of the judge in just a minute, okay?
Thank you.
Very good. If you wanted to leave this breakout room, you can touch your screen. If not, you can stay while I talk to the last 2 people. Okay, Miss Parker? Yes. My name is Nancy Pastor. I'm going to be your arraignment attorney.
I think I'm tripped up here.
I don't know. Can you hear me now? What's your phone number now? 248.
I'll skip ahead so I don't get that lady's phone number in here.
Recording in progress. Register. Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Ebony, you're all set. All right. Have a good day. You too. All right. Bye. Okay. Where are we at on here? Did we ever get Mr. Barbio back on? I think we lost him. Maybe he'll chime back in. Let's hope so. Excellent.
From the sounds of it, I think this judge knows she's being recorded, and I think she's just playing it up for the recording. To be perfectly honest, now that I listen to that back, I mean, I could be wrong, but tell me what you guys think if you're listening to this and you want to make a comment on this.
And then we are going, this is Mr. Lanto. Mr.
You almost had it. My Christian name is Joshua Peter. My last name, my surname is Lanto.
Okay, Joshua. Is it Peter Joshua Lanto? 210392. O is an Oscar. M is in Mary. Miss Plaster, your appearance for me in this place. Nancy Plaster, P3717 for purposes of arraignment only. We're going to wait for her to stand mute. Ask for a plea of not guilty and a personal bond. Now, Mr. Lanto is insistent that he would like to plead guilty today, and I said I did not believe the court would accept that plea, but would ask?
To be specific, I just have a few clarifications that I need to make. But yes, I do intend today to plead guilty, pay the fine, or accept my punishment, if you will, and just be done with this matter today.
Nancy, this was at this in front of the court, sir? Where was this at?
I'm sorry, where was what at?
Where was this incident at?
The incident was, I was up at the 1200 building.
I'm hesitant on taking a plea without more information. All I have is the four corners of the document. The city attorney will have the incident report because I am concerned. This is something that, if it was a serious matter, you were there for a probate, civil, or criminal matter, and things got out of control. I'm concerned with your other visits. I don't want you to think you can just get fines and costs. This is punishable by jail. This is punishable by probation.
Oh yeah,
fines and costs.
Right, and that's the reason I had a few clarifications, if you wouldn't mind. Because I did receive the notice to appear. Number 4 on the document states that failure to appear in a criminal case may subject you to the penalty for contempt of court, and a bench warrant may. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
I'm not accepting your plea. This will be assigned to Honorable Judge Martinez. You'll be back before him at a pretrial conference on August 30th. You will have another attorney there to advise you through your rights.
Well, I object. I object.
Okay, you can object all you want to, but because I can put you in jail, I have to, under the statute, appoint you an attorney. Now, if you have all the money in the world and you want to hire an attorney, I'll be more than happy to speak to you.
I have no desire to do that either.
Sir, I can't sentence you to jail, or any other judge can sentence you to jail, which might happen in this case, unless you have an attorney.
For simply asking
no notice for the record. All right, I'll tell you what.
For simply asking
I'm going to
questions.
dismiss you from the camera as very disruptive, and let's adjourn this arraignment out, so you can calm down.
Ma'am, I'm completely calm.
You keep interrupting me, Mr. Latino. We're going to adjourn this and have you think about things, and because you don't want to listen. So you're not the judge, you're not the attorney.
I understand that. Is it my turn to talk?
Nope. This is not the time to talk.
I don't get an opportunity to talk.
You want to listen to me?
I'm happy to listen.
This is not the pre-trial conference where you get to talk. This is not this. This is just a civil arraignment informing you of your charges and your court date. That's it.
Okay, so I understand that.
So be quiet. This will go back to Honorable Judge Martinez for a pre-trial conference. I'm going to note on the file to him that you may be a little combative. Personal bond, I'm reluctantly giving you a personal bond.
Ma'am.
You'll have to post cash. But you'll be back August the 30th, 21 at 9 o'clock for disorderly. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You're this close to either getting a cash bond or this close turning yourself into jail.
For the words that are just coming out of my mouth?
No, you need to be quiet. All right, no return to the county courthouse until this matter is reserved.
Well, I have a court date.
No return to the county courthouse unless this matter is resolved.
Okay, so I have a court date.
No return to the okay.
I have a court date there on the.
Connect him and you can send a notice to him. All right, we're going to disconnect you. Thank you, sir.
I have a court date there on the 19th.
Okay, so I played that court date for you so you could see the difference between, if you want to be a sheep and you just want your life to be easy, go ahead and just plead guilty, pay your fines, just march right on through there. Me, I prefer to resist, okay? So let's hear how flustered this lady actually was and how far off she was thrown simply by challenging her a little bit. This is the next court date. This is the judge that she said she was going to note on the file that I was verbally combative with. Here is the next court date.
All right. I love live stream.
Hang on a second, sir.
And if you noticed, it said this is being live streamed. This court date is being live streamed. Beautiful. That's a clear indication that you might actually be working with somewhat fair judge, if you ask me. Okay, but anyway.
All right.
Recording in progress.
This is 210392 Oldham, City of Pine Acres, Joshua Lanto appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carrie Miller, attorney on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of the people.
Mr. Lanto, can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
My Christian name is Joshua Peter, and my surname is Lanto. That is Lantto.
All right. Ms. Lofton, I know you've not had a chance to speak with him, so would you like a chance to talk to him in private?
Yes, there's been an offer by Ms. Miller. Yes, Judge, can I please speak with Jen quickly in the breakout room before she speaks to her client? I've been communicating with Ms. Crosscroft on this matter, so I just bring Ms. Lofton up to speed.
Could I participate in that meeting?
Hang on, Mr. Lanto. Go ahead and put Mr. Miller and Ms. Miller and Ms. Lofton in a breakout room. Hang on, Mr. Lanto.
Recording stopped.
I'm just going to skip ahead through the dead parts.
Your Honor, if I could be placed in a meeting room with my client, I would appreciate it.
Put him in a breakout room. Hey, Mr. Lanto, join the room, please.
Okay, and just a quick objection. I'm not a client as of yet, so.
All right.
Thank you. Hello.
Sir, how are you?
Well, I'm doing okay considering.
All right, my name is Paulette. I have been now appointed to represent you.
Yeah, I don't think Melissa wanted to represent me.
Pardon me?
I don't think Melissa or whoever that other lady was wanted to represent me.
Okay. So I understand you're charged with disorderly person for a situation that happened at the circuit court.
Okay.
And know that the prosecutor is offering an impeding traffic.
That's funny. Okay, sorry.
Well, impeding traffic is used kind of as just, oh my gosh, this will go on your record.
I'm sorry. That is just too funny. I mean, they should be dismissing this case with their deepest apologies.
Okay. So I don't have the police report yet, but she's going to send it to
Yeah, I was about to ask you how much information or how much background do you have on this case?
Yeah, I don't have a ton, so I was going to ask.
So then at this time, you know, yeah, if somebody has zero information about this case, because I have everything on video, and I watched the video. I watched the video last night, and this report is absolutely laughable. I could tell you what the report says if you like. The report states that.
So Judge Martinez is not going to give us a ton of time. Are you able to send me the video if I give you my email address or my phone number?
I do, but just for clarification, I am not saying that I would like you to represent me, and I will make that determination on my own. And I will reserve all rights to speak for myself and to not represent myself, but just to speak for myself in a court of law.
Okay, so the way at least this court works, and I know some courts work differently, if you're represented, I do the speaking unless the judge is asking for your testimony. You obviously have the right to represent yourself, in which...
See, and that's a very bizarre that you mentioned that, because at the arraignment, that wasn't really an arraignment that Rhonda gave me. Rhonda stated that, according to state statute, that she has to assign me an attorney. According to state statute, I have to be represented by an attorney. Is that correct?
Well, that is not correct.
So she committed perjury?
I wasn't there. I don't know what she said, but you can represent yourself, especially for.
Well, Rhonda's gonna have to answer for those words that were on record.
Okay. Well, so
she made a grave mistake, and I hope she understands that.
Okay. So is it okay if we adjourn this so that I can get the police report and video that you have?
Well, according to Rhonda, at my arraignment, we adjourned the arraignment as well. So I'm not even sure if this is really a pretrial. I was going to ask that of Michael, if this is actually a pretrial or if this is a continuation of the arraignment, because Rhonda adjourned the arraignment twice, not once but twice. She said the arraignment would be adjourned, which means postponed, correct?
Yes, that means
okay. So I don't understand how she set this matter for pretrial when we adjourned the matter. So either she misspoke twice, or she, for some reason, she was so flustered throughout that whole proceeding that she told me incorrect information, and she made a verbal mistake twice, which is really not permitted in a court of law.
Okay. Right. Again, unfortunately, I wasn't there and I don't have video of it, so let me just pull up the docket. What it says.
I love the fact that this court proceeding is live streamed. By the way, which is what I fight for, is to get live streaming cameras in the courts.
It is, yes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
They have it down. They have it on the docket as a pretrial, not an arraignment pretrial. They have it as.
Well, then I got to ask Michael a few questions for clarification to see where we're at in this matter, and to see, I mean, if the words are not going to be upheld, then, you know, what are we doing?
Right. Okay.
Right?
Yeah. No,
and I mean, and that's being completely fair as far as I can tell. I mean, either our words matter or they don't. In a court of law, you don't get a choice.
Right. I understand that. Okay. So, are you okay with adjourning it so that I can review everything?
Well, first let's figure out what this proceeding is and what we're doing here, please. Because I would like to have fair and meaningful hearings. I believe I should have the right to fair and meaningful hearings, correct? Oh, I can't hear you.
This is quiet for the next few minutes, but tell me what you guys think so far. I mean, tell me what you think. This is a little bit of resistance versus how the sheep talk when they're in court. Feel free to let me know in the comments. I'm just waiting for this to pick back up. We got another couple seconds here.
I would say.
We're going to go back on the record and we can ask Judge Martinez for clarification. It does say that it's set for a pretrial, so we can ask him what is in the file.
And I would say let's look at the transcripts to see what the exact words were, because I believe I heard the word.
So the transcripts take about 30 days to order. So if that's something you want to do, we definitely can.
I think we definitely need to address this issue, because, you know, otherwise, what are we all doing here?
Okay. All right. Well, do you know how to leave the breakout room? You would hit leave room and leave breakout room.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I'll try to figure it out. So, but
there's a button that says leave room.
Yeah, and the last question I have for you before we leave the breakout room, though, because I do have the right to a fair and meaningful hearing today, correct?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. Thank you. As long as we got that for the record. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to figure out how we go back. And just press leave. Okay. Leave breakout room. Perfect.
Yep, sir, you can have your video off. As soon as it turns back on, I'm sure the judge will be ready for us.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Recording in progress.
All right, are we ready to call this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is case 21-03920, M City of Pontiac versus Joshua Lanto appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sherry Miller appearing on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Call up Michelle Lofton on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, client believes that he
Objection.
By Judge Gross. Are you able to look in the file to see if the arraignment actually occurred? My client believes that arraignment was actually adjourned on the record.
No, it looks like he was arraigned on August 16th. He pled not guilty and sent for a pretrial today. And he was told by Judge Gross not to return to the Sixth Circuit Court.
Well, I object to that. I'm sorry, but I have to speak for myself here. That is not the case. That is not what happened.
I'm just telling you that's what she said.
Okay, and I'm trying to tell the court that that's not what happened.
Okay, so what are we doing, Ms. Lofton?
Well, Mr. Lanto, is it okay that we adjourn this matter so that I can review what you have and Ms. Muller can send me the police report so that I can review it?
Well, I mean, all I'm looking for is to get a fair and meaningful hearing. So if we want to adjourn this, I have no objection at this time.
All right, hang on a second. I'm going to give you a new court date. I'm going to set it for another pretrial. Mr. Lanto, are you still living in Highland?
I am.
Okay, so that's the good address.
That is.
Give me a court date. Hang on. All right, September 27th at 9 a.m. We'll get a notice in the mail.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, thank you. Wait, I do have a few questions. I was told at the arraignment that according to the state statute, I have to have an attorney. Is that correct?
No, you do not have to have an attorney. You can represent yourself.
Then why would Rhonda have told me I am required to have one by state statute?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't answer that question.
Okay, and then another question I have for clarification. I also was asking about the element of jurisdiction, and if there was anything that the prosecutor had passed as far as the element of jurisdiction, and I'm just wondering if that has passed. I didn't get a chance to ask that at my arraignment.
Well, she has to send the paperwork to your lawyer, and that will help establish if there's jurisdiction or not.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I'm not looking to define what jurisdiction is. Everybody's going to have their own definition of what jurisdiction is, but I am definitely looking to see proof of jurisdiction.
Okay.
And I think is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Recording stopped.
All right, guys. So tell me what you think. That's a little bit of resistance versus being a sheep. Now, if you want to be a sheep and you want to go in there and you want to just pay your fines, be done with it, I don't blame you. I'm not going to give you hell. But if you object to what these courts are doing, man, just learn a few simple basics about law and you can usually survive, right? Wolverine is in here. All I wanted was some crack rock, but they wouldn't give it to me. Damn it, Wolverine, what the hell were they talking about? What the hell were they thinking, right? Here you go, Wolvie, this is for you. All right, that's for you, Wolverine. Let me do a quick run through chat. That's basically what I have for you tonight. Again, we're going to get into a few other things. John Denicola, appreciate you coming in here. Appreciate you guys checking that out. So if you didn't notice, Highway Star, appreciate you coming in as well. If you're still in here, thank you for checking us out. Let's see if I missed anybody else. The Shadow of Justice. I am now TSJ. The Shadow of Justice is what I'm guessing, right? Tater Tot, appreciate you coming in as well. I think that's all I missed in the chat, but feel free to announce yourself if I missed you and you would like me to shout you out. I'd be happy to do that. people win again. It's a conspiracy, right? And we'll open this up to a panel. Tomorrow night I'll have a little bit more time to do so. But those were a couple court dates for you guys. And we did the breakdown on the arraignment. I showed you where the judge made the mistakes. And again, if you wonder why the hell I don't give two shits what a cop has to say, okay? Because cops don't know the law, okay? You hear me, Blue Bear? You hide in your little fuzzy costume there, Blue Bear? You little piece of shit pig, you? You don't know the fucking law, dude. You don't know the fucking law. Get the fuck out of here if you think you know the law, Blue Bear. And Witch, both of you. Here's what you are, Blue Bear. This is what you are. You're really a pink piggy, Blue Bear. That's what you are. You're not a fucking blue bear. You're a pink pig. And how dare you have the right to fucking speak publicly, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are speaking publicly? You fucking piece of shit pig. Jesus Christ. I don't mean to take the Lord's name in vain. I apologize for that. Okay? I apologize for that. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed those court dates. But if you want to be a sheep, go for it. If you want to learn a few simple basics, go ahead and check out the playlist that's on this channel. Audio clips for judges, attorneys. You guys, you can learn a lot, okay? You can learn a lot. Let me see. This is what it looks like right there. Phone calls and court dates. So, epic moments, judges and attorneys. Check out that video. If you want to see Blue Bacon look like a moron, go ahead and check out Epic Moments with Judges and Attorneys. And then you'll hear how Blue Bacon absolutely has no fucking clue what he's talking about either. Do you want to hear the 9 court dates where I give that judge in Clarkston hell? Go ahead and check out those court dates as well. But very revealing information in those phone calls. Very revealing information in those court dates, okay? I'm just a guinea pig. I'm just trying to learn as fast as I can on this little subject they call law. And I'm trying to do the best I can with what I got, okay? And what I got is, like I said, no law degree, no legal background. But as you could hear for yourself, I know enough to give these judges fits, and they don't like it. But you got the power of recording right in the palm of your hand. Use it. Use these recordings, okay? All you have to do is question their own rules, and then you will find out that they are hypocrites. And they're disgusting pieces of shit. In other words, you don't give 2 rocks. Wolvie, you're cracking me up, dude. You're fucking cracking me up. All right? How come no stenographer has come out to help us? I don't know, Cop Block Hot Springs. I do not know. Anyway, those are my court dates, okay? Those are just a couple of the court dates. So, we're doing what we can here to reveal to the world what goes on in these courthouses, right? What goes on in these courthouses, they try to bend you over and they try to fuck you, okay? I'm done with those days, okay? You're not going to bend me over verbally, and I'm not just going to sit there and fucking take it. Oh, crack is good when it makes you up. Wolvie, man. Wolvie, people are going to start taking you literal, man. People are going to actually start taking you literal. Okay. Here's what's coming up for the rest of this week. Let me play a couple of, I don't have videos to play for you, but this is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to get a couple clips from this Steve Leto. And he basically has a bunch of cool videos. That one right there was judges agree that journalism could be outlawed in Texas. He also has a bunch of killer videos so far. We're going to get into those later on this week. And then we're also going to see a few more clips off of this video right here so that you can see for yourself. Cops don't know the fucking law. Okay. It's absolutely laughable that these judges think that they know the law, right? Here's Juan Galt. Let's see what Juan Galt said real fast, and then we'll get us out of here, right? Juan Galt, number 5 here. I am not backing out of any debate. There is discussion of having it on Discord. The key argument is there factual evidence that proves an obligation to obey a written instrument such as traffic law? No philosophy or religious belief is relevant. Oh, really? Because it seems like in this comment, Mr. Juan Galt, you seem to be placing the burden of proof on the quote-unquote defendant, Mr. Galt, and you want to know what this attorney says about the burden of proof? Let's hear from this attorney who the burden of proof is when it comes to factual evidence of jurisdiction. Let's hear from the attorney herself.
Right, so we're
They've
talking.
charged you.
Right, so we're talking about geographic area as far as jurisdiction. I will concede that they had the geographic area. What I'm not conceding is, do they have any corpus delicti or anything to establish that they have jurisdiction?
Okay.
You know what corpus delicti is, right?
I do. Yes.
Okay, proof of a crime, or a corpse, or show me the crime. Show me the crime, and if there is no victim, then they really don't have any jurisdiction.
Correct. I would agree that is the definition of corpus delicti. So you can definitely raise that argument prior to the trial.
Well, I mean, I'm simply gonna ask for proof of jurisdiction, and has the prosecutor passed, or is there any factual evidence of jurisdiction? Because it's not, the burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is on them.
Of course. Do you have?
The burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is on them. Of course, in that attorney's own words. So you know what you look like at this point, Mr. Galt? Do you really want to know what you look like, Mr. Galt? I have a video of you, Mr. Galt. You may not know this, but I have a video of what you look like, Mr. Galt. Here's what you look like.
I don't have to ask him when he's going to be ready. He's going to let me know by shooting out here in my face. Aren't you? Are you ready? You are? No, not in my face, not on the camera. Oh, you wacky thing, you. Stop. You know, this is very disturbing when you're kneeling down like this.
There you go. That was video of Mr. Galt himself. Okay. That was Mr. Galt himself. You want to hear Mr. Carroll? Here you go.
I don't think what I said was nonsense. Can you explain to me why you think it is?
Mr. Carroll, the word enforcement has force right in the word. You just said that it's sad to live in a might makes right world. Did you not?
Sad in the sense that it would be better if everybody could cooperate voluntarily.
If everybody could cooperate voluntarily. If everybody could cooperate voluntarily. Nobody is in those courtrooms voluntarily, Mr. Carroll. Okay? Nobody is in those courtrooms voluntarily. Again, here, let me pull this up one more time just so you guys, if you're interested in checking out the rest of that discussion, if you found this, discussion helpful, beneficial in any way, you can go find this stream. I'll pull this up one more time so you can see the date on it.
I don't
right
think
there,
what I said was
October 10th.
nonsense.
So
can you
that was
explain
from
to
the
me why
live
you think it
stream
is?
on October 10th. Okay. There you go. And let's see this, right?
A Utica detective has been suspended and an investigation opened after an altercation with two men Wednesday is caught on tape. Jason Colthorpe is live in Utica tonight. Jason, that video has now gone viral and has been seen more than 50,000 times since it was posted just last night.
Yeah, those views seem to be just ticking up.
We need to do the same thing with the cops as what we're doing with the judges. Now, let me play you this clip real fast, and then we'll go ahead. We will fuck a troll in the butt, and we'll get out of here with the outro, okay? We're going to speak to this as well, because I've got to come back to this. I've got to tell you what happened in this.
So he got charged that day, and it was contempt of court, found guilty as charged, and that would have been 9th of the 14th, the same day he was going in for the citation here. So then we'll go down here to the bottom here for the sentencing, and it would be hearing the date, the 9th, the 14th, the 21st, jail, 10 days, okay? 10 days, all right? Okay, so after that, the booking shows scheduled release for only 7 days. So I want to show you fellas that also here on the booking. Okay, on the details for the booking is here. So we'll touch on this for 1 second here. Okay, right here. And I will make that a little bigger so you guys can see the dates. It's hard to see those dates for the, just 1 second here. Okay, all right, there we go. That should do it. Okay, so as you guys can see here, the book date was the 14th. Scheduled release now, instead of the 10, is 21. Okay, so it's 7 days now on this charge. All right. Okay, so it'll be 7 days after you get arrested. 7 days later for that charge. The following day, like this was the book date for the 14th. The following day, on the 15th of September, he went before the judge again. He was resentenced again. It was 2 days time served. I have the court case here where the court has been updated. The court case date has been updated here. So I'll show you fellas this here. So we'll go here. Okay. And here. And I gotta just blow it up a little bit more for you fellas. Don't know why it just doesn't stay the way I want it. Okay. All right. So right here, you guys can see it says jail 10 days. Okay. The date, 14th. Okay. Down there. So then we'll scroll down here. The 15th, he's seen the judge on the 15th. All right. Jail 2 days, credit 2 days. Then I'll scroll down a little further here. Jail 2 days, credit 2 days. So that meant his time was served. So it went from 10 to 7, then from 7 down to credit 2 days after he's seen the judge. This is after he's seen the judge on the 15th. Then the judge went and gave him 2 days, credit 2 days, and he was out. And I'm going to show you guys where he went out on the 15th. And that'll be right here. So the judge let him go on the 15th. And I'll just make sure, I want to make sure you guys see this here. So here it is here. I'll share this right here. Okay, I think you guys can all see that. So right here it says release date 9th 15th 11:15 a.m. Book date was the 14th. And as I showed you earlier, that's where earlier he had the 7, then it went from 10 to 7. Then he went and seen the judge on the 15th. As he seen the judge on the 15th, the judge gave him 2 days, 2 days served. So they released him on the 15th on that day. That's what happened. So that's it. The one arrest. You guys all have a great Sunday.
Now the key question is, sentenced to 10 days in jail, knocked down to 7, knocked down to 2. Ultimately, I was out within 24 hours. Now why? Why was that the case? I guess the world may never know, because I'm still waiting on those transcripts from Novi. But I have a strange feeling it's what I put on that court record was so damning to that fucking courthouse that judge went home, asked his dad, who's also a lawyer, and said, Daddy, you told me I would be respected as a judge. All I have to do is run for election. I can get put on that bench, and then people are going to respect me. And then they're going to call me Your Honor. And they're going to kiss my ass when they're in that courtroom. And that didn't happen today. This guy thought he had the right to record his own trial or his own court date. But I didn't want him to record his own court date. So what did I do? I issued a bench warrant for his arrest instead. And then he had the nerve to hold his arms up and say, let the record show that I am in handcuffs right now. Is this what the court considers mutual respect? And he put that on the record. Dad, what do I do, Dad? Dad, please tell me what I should do. Can I give him longer than 10 days? Oh, shit. Wait a second, Dad. I need to let him out that very next day? Holy shit, I fucked up? Yeah, that's right, you fucking piece of shit judge. You fucked up. You fucked up. But the world will never know. The world is never going to know because you're not going to answer the question on why you let me out the very next day. Originally, you said that I was going to the jail for 10 days. But then you let me out the very next day. Why was that, buddy? Why was that there, Travis Reeds? Why'd you do that? The world may never know. But the one thing to take away in the point to this, I guess you can never believe what a fucking judge says because they're fucking liars. That's what you can take away from this. Judges are piece of shit liars, and judges are hypocritical pieces of shit. And you can't believe a word they say. You can't even believe it when they put it in writing. So you can't believe a word that they say. That's my takeaway from it, right? That's the moral to the story. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed being in here. I hope you enjoyed that. I know we talked about law. Oh, let's see. Would you have been less offended if they had made you stay the full 10 days? Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll might be joining us, so it might be a little too early to fuck a troll in the butt, right? Mr. Carroll, you can come up on panel. You know, here, I'll put the link in the chat. We might have to open this up to a panel now. We might have to actually just open this up to a panel. I mean, don't be scared. Don't be scared to come up here, Mr. Carroll. You know, don't be scared. Ain't nothing to worry about, right? There ain't nothing to worry about. Judges are black squares on the Masonic chessboard. Well, you know, the cornered rat bites the hardest. The cornered rat bites the hardest. And you know what these judges are? They're cornered rats right now. And guess what? We got the power of recording. The first part of that script that I pulled up there for you, here, let me get this banner down, the fair use banner. By the way, this stream is not monetized, just like the last stream wasn't monetized. So if the cowards want to try to strike this stream or claim that I violated any kind of copyrights, these streams are not monetized, guys. These are for educational purposes only. So we'll see if anybody wants to come up. Well, we got people in the house. Let's bring up people. We also got Wolvie in the house. But here's people. Yeah.
Every goddamn time stupid, ignorant bastards are on attack, Paul Carroll shows up to defend them. What the fuck? And get up here and fucking defend stupid. Come on.
Well, come on up and defend stupid. But we got Wolvie in the house as well. Let's add Wolvie real fast. Wolvie, you're in the show.
Thank you very much. What's happening, guys?
Yeah.
Not a whole lot. We also have kind of like a troll in the basement. It's not Mr. Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Do you guys feel like dealing with the troll tonight?
Oh, I don't give a crap.
Okay, let's bring up Hazukai. Hazukai, you are in the show.
Finally. It's about time.
Did you hear those fucking court dates, Hazukai?
His entire life's mission has been to get on this panel, and here he is in shit.
Yes, finally.
Yeah.
Yes.
He stretched out his butthole to get fucked like a troll tonight. All right.
So what did you think about those court? What did you think about those court dates, Hazukai?
Oh, that's great. See, that's why one of the reasons I decided to come on, because you asked so many questions during it, and I answered every single one of them.
What up, DeFacto?
Oh, you know what? I wasn't really doing a good job paying attention to the chat. I'm kind of like a one-man band here. Like, I produced the show myself.
No, he wasn't chatting. I blocked him after his first dumbass comment.
Oh, that's why? Oh, okay. All right. All right, well, that's good for free speech. Cool.
Well, here, Hazukai, I'm not trying to take away your free speech on your channel. So you still have your First Amendment right. You still have free speech. It's just on your channel.
Well, of course.
Okay, right. So nobody can take away your free speech. I mean, you're still subject to YouTube's terms of service, correct?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'll be, just to be 100% fair, right? We always talk about being able to, have accountability and everything or whatever. I just said that as a joke because he was kind of gloating about that he blocked me. Like, oh, yeah, great, thanks, free speech, whatever. But yeah, no, I understand. I get it.
Okay, so what were some of your questions? Let me see if we can.
No, it was answers to your questions.
Yeah, well, you said something fucking dumb, man, and we ain't got time for that bullshit around here. I remember what you said because I never fucking forget. You said anybody that says, show me the crime is a sovereign citizen.
What?
And that's the dumbest goddamn fucking rhetoric I've ever heard in my fucking
Scroll
life.
back through the track, and when did I
You
do the
shit
chat?
stupid.
When did I ever say that? I
Was
never
that
said
not
anything like
you?
that at all.
Was
No,
that not
I'll
you?
go back and check the
No.
record.
What did you
I
say?
did not say that. I said a bunch of things. He asked a bunch of questions, and I just answered each question he asked. Like, the only thing I said that could potentially be construed as negative or possibly crossing the line was when he was playing a tape from an arraignment, and he was trying to build the false narrative that it was a trial because he wasn't handling it like an arraignment. I said, it's an arraignment, stupid. Like,
But the judge said it was a pretrial and not an arraignment.
And he did.
No, that
say
was the second
I heard
one.
him say that.
That was the second one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm talking about the arraignment. The purpose of an arraignment is to tell you what the charges are, this and that. So instead of having the judge tell you what the charges are, you wanted to start arguing about jurisdiction and this and that and the other. It's like you're in an arraignment, and then you start complaining about, well, what about she's assuming I'm guilty? I thought she's supposed to assume I'm innocent. Yeah, for the trial that she's trying to set the trial date, but you're handling the arraignment like it's a trial.
Wait, let's just address these claim by claim so we don't get lost down.
For real.
Okay, so you're making the claim that I have the right to be informed of the cause and nature of the charges, correct?
Well, that's what she was trying to do if you'd shut up and listen to her.
So I have the right to. So what does it mean when she says I have the right to be informed of the cause and the nature of the charges? What does that mean?
Well, it means that she would inform you of the cause and nature of the charges.
Okay, so what is the cause of the charge?
Well, it depends. What did you do?
Well, in this case, it was a disorderly charge.
Okay, so the cause was that you were doing something that the officer perceived as disorderly.
Okay, so
there's your cause.
But that doesn't. Okay, at the root of the fundamental root here of the law here, the cause of the charges is.
Wait, you're getting you to persecute yourself, broken system. Okay, they need to say what the cause is. If there's specific words that were said, then they need to say, this is what you said, and you're charged with disorderly for saying it.
But it was an arraignment.
Specific
you want them to
sentence.
try the trial in an arraignment?
Well, first and foremost, he didn't even get to that because it was.
That's not trying the trial.
Coming after an arraignment.
Yeah, it's not my fault that It's not my fault that the rules for them say they have to inform me of the cause and nature of the charges, which doesn't mean you just read what the charge is. That's bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen at an
arraignment. They give her the piece of paper, she reads it to you, and then that's it.
No, that's not it.
That's what it means to you, Hazukai. That's what it means to you.
That's what it means to people who understand the law. Not that's what it means something else to
the
you.
headmaster, right? Yeah.
Do you understand the law, Hazukai?
Better than you do, obviously. You don't even know what the heck an arraignment is.
No, that's what it means to those who accept the law.
Oh, in other words, if you actually understand the law, then you're just a sheep. But if you don't understand the law, then you can do whatever you want, right? That's why your hero who is let me ask you this, because the way you guys argue the law is basically saying that Darrell Brooks was allowed to run those people over with his truck and he should have got away with it because he argued jurisdiction in court.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Well, he argued jurisdiction in court. And that's what you guys do. What's the difference?
Nobody on this panel said that.
So what's
you're not listening.
You're not
listening to what?
Okay. To what I'm
sovereign
saying
citizen
here.
nonsense?
No.
You guys
If
want to
you
address
accept the law. If you accept the law, then you know that, okay, what they do every day, day in and day out, is they just read the charges and they call that reading the cause and the nature. But if you want to understand it, then you question it and you you
to
look
bait
for
the judge into practicing
inconsistencies,
law from the bench so you can ask
and
for
you
a
find out
trial.
if it actually makes sense. And when you do that, you go all the way back in time and you start reading philosophers like Socrates, who discuss cause and nature ad nauseum, and he blows
Socrates
all
wrote the
kinds of holes in
Constitution?
that
I thought he
argument.
was dead when they wrote that, but go ahead.
Yeah, he's dead, but his arguments live on, right? And
In
if
the
you're talking
Constitution
about
of the United States of
understanding the
America?
law, you can't understand the law if it doesn't make sense. You can accept it. You can go
Well, it only
along
doesn't make
with
sense
it.
because you don't understand it.
No, it doesn't make sense because it's never made sense. When you're talking about the nature of something, you have to be able to define what it is.
Hey, time out a
If you
second,
can't
just real quick.
define the nature of the charge, just like the judge couldn't define the nature of the charge, and here you are trying to get Broken System to define it for you.
Exactly.
Okay,
So hold on. Let me say
I'm not
something.
going to let him do
I
it.
haven't really elaborated
Okay,
on
what's up,
any of this
Wolvie?
yet. I just want to.
because I mean, if
wanna
we
say
could
this.
actually have a productive discussion and not an argument, I'm with
Yeah,
it.
I'm
Well,
with
let
it too.
Wolvie speak. Let Wolvie speak.
Just let me chime in here real quick.
And
So
let's try to be brief with our comments, guys.
exactly. So at the beginning of the court quorum of an arraignment, it is for the basic understanding of whether you're guilty or not. Okay, whether you're going to plead guilty or not. That is the quorum of the court. But it's also, it could be used for a lot of things. How many times have you seen a judge before you even get it, you're saying, "Hey, judge, good morning," and everybody's saying good morning to each other, and you're first on the docket. How many times have you heard a judge say, "Hold up a second," and he's reading, and he just says, "Hey," picks up the phone, he goes, "Hey, is Officer so-and-so over there? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's not? Okay. Boom. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and dismiss this case because I don't see the probable cause in this." So it's not also just for somebody to come up. It's also for the fact finder that sits on that bench for him to make sure everything's in place for that to happen. And if the judge can do it, so can the person being accused. He can ask questions. He can try to get verification on specifics that other people normally wouldn't do because they're intimidated of the court's quorum. Go ahead.
And Mr. Carroll just joined us. Mr. Carroll, welcome.
Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
Coming in for the side of dumb, ignorant bastards. Yeah.
Yep. So a couple things, because there's a couple different things to unpack there. Number one, I've seen probable cause hearings, so that is a thing, but we're talking specifically about an arraignment, not a probable cause hearing. So that point is moot.
No, that's not moot. That has happened in front of me. You were in error, sir.
No, we're talking about the video that he showed.
Yeah,
and you can't just say, and listen, you can't just say a point is moot. You can't just say a point is moot and then be like end of discussion. This like that makes no sense.
I'm sorry, it's irrelevant. How about that? Is that better?
No, it's not irrelevant. It's very irrelevant because you're questioning the fact of whether all he has to do is admit whether he's guilty or not to go on.
Nobody said anything about admittance. A plea is not an admittance of guilt.
No, whether you're guilty or not. You either plead guilty or not guilty.
Well,
It's
did
an
you do it?
It's an admittance of jurisdiction.
There you go. There's a few things you can read into that, but the facts, okay, very
well. That's
calmly
that's what the trial's for, is to look at the facts.
There's a
But this
pre-trial
wasn't a
too.
trial, that was an
You just
arraignment.
forgot about a pre-trial too. There's a lot that
this
goes
is before
on.
all that. This is the arraignment.
Right.
You go
We
to the
understand
arraignment,
what
they
an
read you the
arraignment
charging
is.
document, and you go home, and that's it. You don't
You know,
argue with the judge for half an hour about a bunch of sovereign citizen nonsense.
How many? The only sovereign citizens are people that have a two-tier justice system that are not like the regular average American that goes in front of that judge every day. Usually, it's police and prosecutors that have a two-tier justice system and that has different procedures. Okay, not us. They have a totally different route the way they go. For an example, I can't even make a criminal complaint against an officer. I actually have to go and do an IA complaint on him. All right. So don't sit there and tell me that you act like there's not a difference there when there is, and all you're doing is sitting there using the same corrosive control tactics they do.
Corrosive control tactics. Do you understand what you
Corrosive
just
control
said?
tactics. I know exactly what I just said. I've been in
Okay,
the
so
penal
wait,
system
let's
for
break
a
that
very
down
long
then.
time.
Well, good. Here, let's break that. Oh, that's good for you. All right, so listen. Was
This
it
guy
because
don't know
of
what
law
he's talking
school or
about,
because
Roman.
you've been arrested a bunch of times or whatever? That's none
No,
of my
because I
business.
got a paralegal degree. How about that?
Well,
How about
good for
that?
you.
I
You should
know
use
it's
it.
really good for me, and I
Um,
use it all the time.
good.
And criminal
All right.
procedure doesn't go your way just because you're sitting on here and you have the ability to argue.
Right, well,
That's what
it doesn't
court's
go
all
his way
about,
because he
is
has
to
the
be
ability to argue.
assertive and to be able to talk and speak in complete sentences
During the
without
arraignment?
being an arrogant butthole.
He's not the arrogant butthole calling the judge all these names and swearing. I mean, not during the court case, but I mean, it sounded to me like he was the one being arrogant. But
Sounds
anyway,
like
listen,
free
I want to
speech
address
after the
something you
fact. What are you
said.
talking about?
I want to
He
address
respected
something
the
you
decorum of the
said.
court. He respected the decorum of the
see?
court. Go ahead.
All right, you said you said a lot of different things. So one of the things you said, that the thing that made me laugh was like, if you had to go to the cops to report the cops, you would bitch and moan and cry like a baby that it's the blue line just sticking up for each other.
You're the
But since you
gaslighting
have to
guys.
go to IA, which is what I would think you would want, now that's the problem? Make up your mind.
Well, how about this,
Okay,
Mr.
baby.
Carroll?
Go ahead.
Mr.
What?
Carroll, you wanted to hop up on panel. Was there anything specific you wanted to say about the court dates that you heard?
Well, to address Wolverine's point about the prosecutors having quote unquote more authority, they've been given that authority by the public. I mean, there are some
Given?
states where you can, I think a private citizen can impanel a grand jury, but it's still the prosecutor who would bring charges after that recommendation from the jury. I mean, just like average citizen can't go make and enforce the laws, it's because we have established the legislature as the part of the government that creates the laws.
That's interesting you brought that up, Paul. Right now, we're been having a discussion how to use the power of the sheriff and use the power of small claims to get in front of a judge to use certain specific evidence in a small claims court that could be used and turn it around and bring and convene a grand jury on. So don't get so far ahead of yourself to where the argument of criminal procedure versus operating standard procedure. Okay, so there's three things. You got criminal procedure, then you got operating standard procedure, then you got directive policy, because all they are is big corporations and LLCs. I mean, you do know that, Paul, right?
You think the U.S. government and each individual state government and every county government is an LLC?
I mean, I say they're corporations because they run.
They are
like
municipal. They are a corporation.
So
Yes.
to you, there's literally no difference between, I don't know what county you guys are in, but the Michigan state government and Walmart. There is no difference between those two entities from your perspective.
One has the implied threat of violence and the other doesn't.
Exactly.
I mean,
for sure.
come on.
That couldn't have been said any better right there. I mean, in plain English, Paul. I'm not trying to look. I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
not
the
trying
difference
to
is that
insult
I'm saying it
nobody on this
facetiously
panel,
because it's
because I know, Paul,
preposterous.
you've always been kind of considerate as far as your cordialness. So I don't want to get on that card with you at all. And I don't know this guy below me at all. I don't even know his name, but the whole point I'm making is that if it sounds like that I'm being argumentative, trust me, this is my normal voice. This is how I speak. So please don't take it wrong. Okay. Now, sometimes you can't tell the difference when I go into that mode. When I put my Superman suit on and bite that ass, I mean, I'm going to come at you and do it. But I mean, I'm not going to do it just because you have an opinion. We can agree to disagree and move on. And I'm telling you this, Paul, I got a question for you. How many times at arraignments have you seen cases get dismissed because either the prosecutor or the judge did not like and read the affidavit and didn't see the probable cause in it?
I don't think I have witnessed that in person myself.
You've never seen that. Okay, I've had 3 disorderlies done like that. One in Southgate, one in Taylor, and one in Detroit. All right? So I have personal experience of this, let alone being in court, in traffic court, because I had a heavy foot when I was growing up. Okay? And I was always getting 5 over and 10 over on the expressway because I was running late for work or traffic was backed up. And, you know, I would do my best to get to my job because my route was a very important route that I was on. And if I didn't get there at certain times, plants would shut down and it would cost our company money with the contracts that we had. So I had to take the chance to do what I do.
Speed. Okay.
Man, I don't care. You want to gaslight me? Go ahead, bro. You want to make me out to be the bad guy? Call me the bad guy. You need guys like me. Remember?
Hey, I ain't calling names. I just made a observation.
You just want to sit there and act like you're this perfect SOB that don't do nothing. And
Did
you
I
want
say
to
that?
point. It sounds like you want to point out every little nitpicking thing you can to get some attention. Sounds like you want attention.
Now, I came up here to address what Broken System was talking about, being it's his channel, not yours, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Be my guest.
All right. So, let's go back. Let's look at the things I was saying earlier that I wanted to talk to him about. One of the things that came up earlier, I'm actually going back and looking through the comments I made earlier. So at the beginning of this stream, he was celebrating a guy who was encouraging people to dox judges and police and comparing a cop asking you for an ID to doxing someone and posting their personal information on the internet. And his argument was, well, your information is being posted to thugs with guns. So instead, post it to the entire world where there's millions of people with guns and school shooters and rapists and murderers and pedophiles and all that. That's better than thugs with guns who aren't going to come after you with a gun unless they have a reason to it. If not, how come you're all not dead from all the cops that are running around shooting everybody? How come they ain't shot you yet? Because it doesn't happen. But okay.
Are you going to
So
let him
because
answer
it hasn't happened to everybody, then it's not happening?
Wait, you mean because he's encouraging people to dox judges and cops and all that?
He didn't
and spread it
encourage
on the
anybody
YouTube?
to do anything of the sort. And he didn't
He was
celebrate
praising the guy
anything.
who was doing that.
Praising how? What exactly?
Go back,
did
rewind
he
the video.
say? No,
He played it twice. In
See,
fact,
this
he
is-
played every
People,
clip he
that's
played
his
today like 3
opinion.
times.
This is the
He's
same
entitled
dumbass
to it.
argument that you've been making from the start. You want us to go back and listen to everything and make ourselves do mental somersaults and try and figure out what the fuck your case is. You have
I'm
no
referring
case.
to what Broken System played on this stream that we're
What
in right now.
exactly did he say that you're saying is celebrating it or promoting it or
And quote it,
encouraging it?
please. Quote that.
All right, what did he say? Let me go back to that.
Statement of
when that
facts,
was.
bro. Just get to the facts.
All right, so he was playing a video where a guy was talking about the way to get back at these cops and judges is to dox them and put their information on YouTube. And then Broken System paused it and he said, yeah, it's not when the cop does your ID, he's doxing your information to thugs with guns. So you should be able to dox information to YouTube.
Yeah, that's criminal activity.
Yeah, and he was supporting it. So good job. Thanks for
No, I'm
agreeing
talking
with me.
about it's criminal activity what they do, because I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you a little story real quick. All right,
Yeah.
before even Broken gets there. Now, I'm standing out on a sidewalk doing a protest, engaged in a constitutionally protected activity. They don't know my name. They've never ran my name through their computer before. And all of a sudden, now he knows my name after 6 weeks goes by, me redressing every day after I do a FOIA request. So, do you think that that was a thuggish way of getting my information, of getting it through another department where I thought I had amenity? Okay? You remember you said
But what
thugs-
was you doing the FOIA request? Was that you trying to retaliate against them?
No, it was me getting a FOIA request just to get people's oath of office.
So you wanted
That's
to
all
get
I
their
wanted
information, and that's
was-
okay because it's legal. But if they do it, it's illegal because they are a cop. But it's
Here's
okay
the
when
point-
you
here's
do
the
it.
point I'm making to you. Okay?
Oh, okay.
I am not I don't work for the government. I deserve my anonymity just like you do. Okay.
There's no
Everybody has
expectation of
the right.
privacy in
Excuse me.
public.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Everybody has the right to anonymity when
Nobody.
it comes
There's no
to.
expectation of privacy
Listen,
in public.
I did not. We're not in public. Listen to me.
You were protesting in private. Then
You're missing
how
the
could
whole
they come
point.
after you?
You're missing the whole point. The information that he gathered was from a piece of paper that I filled out in a different department from him. And you want me to believe that they're separate and they are not together? You want me to believe that these departments that are supposed to be separate, that are different branches that are supposed to have the census of propriety, okay? And you want me to believe that wasn't an ethics violation right there?
Well, it depends. What did they do with the information? They just got it, and what?
Well, he knew he couldn't get my ID because if police officers think that you commit a crime, right? And you've been doing the same thing.
They suspect.
Well, whatever. If they suspect in good faith, they come to you and they ask you for your ID.
Right, and then when
All
you
right?
refuse to give it to them, that makes you even more suspicious.
Okay,
Refuse
whatever.
or
To
decline.
you,
Refuse.
to you.
Wait a second. Stop. Refuse or decline to give ID.
Same thing.
They're synonymous, but they're complete. Mr. Carroll, you're an attorney. Will you explain the difference between the word refuse and decline to Hazukai?
Sorry, I was on mute. I would agree with him that they are synonymous, but I guess if you have a specific context where you're claiming that they aren't synonymous.
Well, the word decline and the word refuse. The word refuse implies that you have an obligation to do it. The word decline does not have the same connotation.
And who says you're not obligated? You? Are you a senator?
Oh, what
I'm
does
just-
the what
Who
the
says
wait a
you
minute?
don't
Where's
have-
your this
who
guy?
says
He does
the
not
Fourth
believe in
Amendment
freedom.
says-
You are
No,
wasting
you
your time
don't.
with this guy. You don't believe in real freedom because
Your idea of real freedom is
Orwellian
that people like Darrell
totalitarians
Brooks should
coming
be
out
allowed
of you
to run
right
over
now.
people in their car.
That is
In your
right there
world, anyone
is
can do
an
anything, and nobody can
Orwellian
do anything about
response.
it.
You
Hazukai,
are
We can all
coming
just lay in
with
the ditch and
an
die, and
authoritarian.
then you guys would be happy.
There you go.
Wait a second.
That is your opinion. Again,
Okay, Wolvie,
you don't know me at
hold
all.
on. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Hazukai,
You're gonna die.
nobody,
Everybody is gonna die.
And
Yeah, but
Hazukai,
not
I don't
by
stopping
you,
it.
I hope.
It's gonna happen.
Not because you're shooting me, I hope.
Well, the difference is that some of us
Wow.
actually think that efforts
course
can be
not.
made to protect and prolong life.
Yes.
We're going to die eventually, and so we just shouldn't care about anything that anybody does argument, to me, is ridiculous.
But you can't prove that you're prolonging life. You cannot prove it. It's just a wild and crazy theory that you're willing to use violence to enforce.
What are you,
You don't
talking
think
about?
that arresting and
anytime he
imprisoning
refuses, let
violent
me answer that.
criminals...
Oh, go ahead, Paul. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, you think that arresting and imprisoning violent criminals doesn't stop more violent crimes from happening?
No, they happen in jail. They turn public employees into criminals in order to supposedly stop the crime. It increases crime. Every government official is a criminal, just like Frauditor Troll said today. Frauditor Troll admitted. He said what somebody else calls conspiracy and kidnapping, I call lawful arrest. He said potato, tomato, tomato. They're the same thing. And I sent you the clip of that, BSBT. There's no difference.
So
They
yeah,
are
and then
the
just to use a
same.
direct example here, there's that, I haven't watched it yet, but that Netflix movie about they call it The Good Nurse, the nurse who euthanized a whole bunch of patients in a horrible abuse of his ability to access them as a nurse. So
Basically
he murdered
a servant to the people.
He murdered tens of people, and when he was found out, he was tried, imprisoned, and can no longer be a nurse again. Do you think he would have continued to murder people if he had not been arrested and imprisoned?
I mean, we can speculate about it, and yeah, I would say probably. But
So by
just because,
imprisoning
That's a
let me
him,
fact.
finish. But let me
He would
finish,
have,
Paul.
Paul.
Let me finish because I wasn't done with that. But you know, peeps can stop going to him and accepting his nursing quality too. He can be fired. There's other ways to stop him from abusing his authority, and it's called not giving him authority.
Not
in the
when they're
first fucking
murdering,
place.
though.
Yes, for real.
I'm not
If
defending
you walk
murder,
it,
but I'm just saying
nobody
if
knew
we're
he
gonna
was doing
use-
it until he got caught.
Yeah,
So how
exactly.
would they not go to him because they know he's murdering people? Like,
Just because I
the only
agree with
reason they
that
knew it
point doesn't
happened
mean I'm bootlicking.
was because he got caught.
Because the court of public opinion doesn't need proof. Okay, they just decide they don't want to go to somebody because
So
they
in a
don't
mo-
trust them anymore.
Wait a minute.
It's
You
that
just said the
fucking
court of
simple.
public opinion doesn't need proof. So in
Yeah,
your
that's right.
more free world, mob rule.
No, it's
You
not
don't like
mob
me, you
rule.
come to my house and beat me to death because you don't need
Where
a
did
reason.
you get that?
You
I
just said it.
No, I said that the
You said the
court of
court of
public opinion
doesn't
doesn't
need
let me
proof.
finish.
It doesn't matter if I actually did it. I don't need proof. I just get killed because you decided you want to
It
kill
does
me.
happen, too.
No, but that doesn't mean I can be your friend. I don't have to be your friend if I don't want to be. I don't have to be
Yeah,
in
but it
your
doesn't mean you have
presence
to
if I
shoot me
don't
in
want
the
to
face
be.
either.
And hey, not to
I'm not
derail
the one-
anything, but
I'm not the one
speaking.
who's going to shoot you in the face. It's the government. Are you fucking listening to yourself?
Then why am I still here? How come they haven't shot me?
They haven't shot
Why are
you
you
yet.
here? How
Back
come you're
the-
not dead?
Back the blue until it happens to you.
It doesn't happen to me because I don't break the law. Listen, Broken, there's one other thing that you did I wanted to talk about.
You're an idiot. Do you know how many people
Well,
have been
first
wrongfully convicted?
hold that thought. Hold that thought because I brought Lillian up here. Speaking of friends.
Oh, good God.
Hey.
Hi, Lillian.
Hey, can you hear me?
Who is forever going to be known as my ex-girlfriend on YouTube.
No,
Back
no.
from the grave. Channeled by.
Hello, everyone. I
Hello.
just want to come up to troll Josh. No, just kidding. I do have a question though, but I'll wait until Hazuki has his last one. But I do have a question.
Okay, go Hazuki. What was this ridiculous thought?
Well, the other thing I wanted to say was I wanted to address in the video you were showing earlier was the whole thing started with the video where you showed and you cut it off. So we don't know what happens after that. We just have to take your word for it because you didn't show any other part. The cops are walking up to you and you're telling them that they need to stay 10 feet away from you.
You
so
know,
I wanted to ask you. No, wait. I'm not done. I'm not done.
But wait a
so
second.
I want to ask you if someone is someone walking up close to you a felony or a misdemeanor?
Hazuki, listen to me. I have the full unedited live stream on this channel. Do I not, Lillian?
Right, but what I'm asking you is,
wait,
of
you
course,
just
avoid the question, right?
But you just
what
but
I'm
you
asking
just
is
framed
avoid
you
the
just
question.
framed
Avoid the question.
you just framed your ridiculous thought by
On what
saying
you
that
showed on
What
this stream
live
that we're
stream
on
are you
right
talking
now.
about,
The one that
Josh?
we're on right now is the one I'm
of me getting the disorderly up at the courthouse. The entire thing from the time I entered that courthouse to the time I left is on this. It's on my channel, full
You have
unedited.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not talking
And
about that. I'm
Lillian,
talking
you
about
were
what
there
you showed
watching it
today
live.
on this very stream that we're
Lillian was on
God.
Facebook watching that moment live. Were you not,
I
Lillian?
was. I was.
Right. Yeah.
Because you told me to see what you do when you go cop washing. So that's what I saw.
Okay.
Right, so
now,
the
did I
question I'm
edit
asking
anything?
is, the police walking up close to you, is that a felony or a misdemeanor? Them being too close.
That's just an intimidation attempt on their part.
According to
and
you,
homie-
but I mean,
and ho-
in reality,
and homie
what
don't
law
play
says they
that.
can't do that? What law says
those
they can't
dirty-
do that?
those
Where in the
dirty armed-
Constitution does it say exactly how many feet they have to stand away from you?
Well, those dirty armed gunmen need to stay the hell away from me.
Well, why? What law says
Because
that?
they're piece of shit liars that want to try to
According
kick your
to you,
ass.
but
That's why.
what law says how far away they have to be from you? Is it a felony or a misdemeanor for them to walk up close to you?
You seem to think that I have to have a law to not want these people.
Well, everyone
anywhere
else
near me.
does, but it doesn't count to you.
All
My
right,
point
hold up.
exactly. Thank
Time
you
out,
for proving
time
my
out.
point for me.
I want my
Can I get a
service at
timeout
a safe
across the
distance
board real
from
quick?
me.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Paul.
want to know what law says.
Just
that the
FYI,
people
real
walk
quick,
up to
I'm
my-
having
Agree
fun.
with
I'm not
me.
trying to be a
Hey,
dick.
Paul,
This is fun.
You're an attorney too. Now listen to what I'm saying. Would you please explain to this man what a 4th degree assault is? And I'm back quiet on that.
That would depend on the jurisdiction. It may be different where I am versus where you guys are. I would have to look at the law.
Okay, look at the law. Look at the law. Go ahead and look it up real quick, and the rest of y'all can do it.
For what jurisdiction?
Any jurisdiction. Go ahead and look it up.
It's the same everywhere?
It's similar. Either a third or fourth degree assault.
What's your point, though, Wolvie?
Well, what do he accuse you of? When you're up in somebody's space, when you're up in somebody's personal space, okay, and you get real close, it's considered a third or a fourth degree assault, depending if you're inches away from their face, and if you're backed up in a corner.
All right.
Okay,
So which of
and
those
that's
two
what.
things
Hold
happened?
up. What
Which of those
most
things
cops
happened?
do? Listen to me. What most cops do?
No, I'm talking about the video that he's showing on his stream earlier
Okay,
today.
let me answer this.
How
But
close
just
did the
saying
cops
cops
get to
in
him?
general.
9 feet?
Anywhere
8
in the
feet?
world.
Oh no.
Okay, let me answer this, right? Because at about 10 feet, I can smell the pig breath, and I can smell the stench coming off the dirty pigs, and I don't like to have to smell that stench.
So is that a felony or a misdemeanor?
It should be a felony as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but it's not.
Then it's not.
Yeah, but I don't like.
Then it's not a felony or a misdemeanor for people to walk up and get in cop space either.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah.
Well, what?
Why are people getting arrested? See, when cops walk up to people like that, the people don't arrest them. They don't shoot them. They don't throw them to the fucking ground. They don't call their buddies that are armed to come kidnap them and throw them in a fucking cage.
Let
When
me
the
ask you
people
something.
walk up to the police, they do.
All right, seriously. Now let me address this real quick. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm not trying to like get mean or whatever, because this could be a good conversation. Okay. So let's address what you just said. Realistically, okay? You're walking down the street and you walk up to a random person and get right in their face. How often do you do that?
You don't do that. It could be disorderly.
Okay. So
but
if
cops
a
do it all the
police
time.
officer walks up to you and walks up close and then they shoot you, how often does that happen? Because every time I've seen a video or heard a news story of a cop shooting, it was never the cop shot the guy because the guy walked up to him. I've never seen that. I've never even heard anecdotal stories of that.
Have you ever seen the video of Philip Castillo?
Just walking up to a cop for no reason, like just
No, have you ever seen the video of Philando Castillo?
Right. What I'm asking you is what did he do that matches what this guy's saying? He literally just walked up to the cop and said, "Hey, excuse me, what time is it?" And the cop shot him.
No, but they might tackle him or they taser him or they arrest him.
Now let me ask you this. You just said that you, being a regular citizen, that doesn't happen. People don't just come up to you like that, right? But if you're a cop, that does happen. And when it does happen, they're usually trying to shoot you or assault you or kill you. You have to deal with that all day, every day. So calling them cowards because they run into the things that we run away from because their job all day, every day is to deal with criminals. They're
Is that what they
used to
did in
dealing with
Uvalde?
criminals.
They're
So
what
they're
they
a
did in
little bit
Uvalde?
on edge when somebody just comes up to them and starts screaming. Excuse me that they're a little bit on edge because that's what they're used to. You're the one out of 5,000 people that's actually just trying to be nice.
No, in
And they're
Uvalde,
just supposed to assume that.
why does he sound triggered? Yeah, in Uvalde, let me just address this.
Oh, I knew you were
okay?
going to
Because
bring up Uvalde. I knew it.
yeah, because
I
in
knew
Uvalde,
it.
they stood there like cowards when they were actually up against an opponent that could actually shoot back. So they didn't do anything. They behaved like cowards.
All right, so that's all
all the
police
time
over the
anyways.
entire nation and the entire history of the universe because those guys did that thing.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You were trying to
You like to
portray
put a lot of words in people's mouths, man.
Yeah, you were trying to portray the cops as heroes when they behave like cowards.
No,
And you're
I'm trying to
imagining
explain
facts.
that there's a reason. That's
You're
the thing.
imagining
You
facts.
guys
There's no justification for
never
that.
accept any reasons for anything. I get
No,
pulled
you're-
over for
you're
not having a
imagining
license plate. I got pulled over for no reason. No, you didn't. You got pulled over for a reason. You didn't have a license plate. This guy a few minutes ago was talking about getting pulled over for speeding. Speeding is a reason. That's not a no reason. the speeding is you might not like the reason, but it's a reason. If a cop freaks out, if you get up to him and start screaming in his face, there's a reason why he's upset that you're doing that. Does that give him the right to shoot you over it? Of course not. But you guys build it up like the cops just like the way you guys paint the world. What should happen if you're your side of the fence? If you're correct, then what that means is,
wait a minute,
right
what's our
now,
side of the fence?
if I walk out the door, I'm going to get tackled by cops and beaten and shot just because they got nothing better to do except run around beating and shooting people for no reason.
You're using logical fallacy, and that
I'm
means
using logic. Exactly.
You're trying to use your anecdotal evidence as if it doesn't happen, which is a logical fallacy, Hazukai, because it does happen.
How many times have the cops
day.
shot you? You go out of your way
That
daily.
doesn't
It's your
mean it
job to
doesn't
get in their
happen.
faces. How many times have you been
doesn't
shot?
mean-
Since they
that
shot everyone who
doesn't mean
gets
it
in their
doesn't
faces, how come
happen.
you've never been shot?
How many buildings do planes get flown into, Hazukai? Not very many, but it fucking happened.
Wait, let me ask a question. How many times have you been injured by a so-called auditor? How many police have you seen get injured by an auditor?
Or a camera.
I've seen a lot of innocent people get injured by auditors. They love pepper spraying people. That's their favorite
That wasn't
thing.
the question. That wasn't the question, Hazukai. Answer the question.
Did they just walk up to somebody and pepper spray them?
Yeah, they do that all the
No,
time. That's
no,
their favorite,
they don't.
especially
Oh my God,
STV
this
News.
guy's so
He
biased.
loves pepper spraying people for no reason. And Casey Camera Boy always threatens.
Oh, for no reason. Now you're using
Yeah.
the no reason thing that you just fucking railed on? For no
Yeah,
reason?
because it's you guys building up these false
Wait,
narratives.
it's obviously a reason that you don't like, but there's a reason.
Yeah, but there's a
Yeah,
difference
but what the
between-
fuck is a yeah, but?
Yeb and Costello are dead. Okay, I'm sorry, but listen. The point is, you breaking a law, whether you agree with the law or not, is a reason. You pepper spraying for YouTube dollars. Okay, you're right. That is a reason, but it's a shit reason.
So it's a shit reason. I've never pepper sprayed anybody. I don't think anybody on this panel has pepper sprayed anybody for some shit reason.
If I could pepper spray somebody, I would definitely pepper spray Hazukai.
Yeah, so I want to fuck you're
Yeah,
talking
right?
about, because
Virtually,
nobody on
right now.
this panel has ever done that.
What happened?
Nobody on
He's
this
still
panel has
burning
ever
for the
done that.
virtual spray.
Well, right, but he was making the point of auditors in general. He
No,
didn't
you
refer
were.
to you guys specifically. The auditors. So
Yeah,
I
I
responded
wouldn't-
to auditors. That's what auditors do. They
No.
walk into places where they don't belong. They
Man,
cause a
listen
bunch
to
of
this,
trouble for
man.
no reason.
Where they
and
don't belong.
No
They,
reason.
Where
they
they don't
pepper spray
belong.
people
Wow,
for
hold
no
up.
reason.
No reason and don't belong. Wow.
Yeah,
Because they have a camera?
Wow, you really
No,
got
because
your
they're an
boundaries
idiot.
set, don't you?
Oh, so idiots aren't allowed to go in public?
No, actually, here. Let me go back
I
for a
mean,
second.
is being an idiot a
Hazukai, you
crime
better
or
be
not?
on
No,
house
wait.
arrest. If that's
Let's
the
bring
case,
it
you
back
better
for a
be on
second.
house arrest, Hazukai.
Let's bring it back a little bit. Get out of the hostility for a second and get back to the realism of the situation, right? Instead of me just saying silly arguments and whatever back and forth. Okay, so
Well,
let's
but that's all you've been
Let's-
doing.
let's-
since you've been
let's
on the
wait,
panel.
let's bring it back and get real for a second, okay?
So you admit you have not been.
No. What I'm saying
he's
is,
admitting he's not being real.
Yeah.
no, I'm saying that I'm saying
He's
I want to
walking
bring it back
all
to
his
that.
fucking bullshit.
No, I'm saying I want to
Walk
bring
it
it back
back.
for a second
Walk it
and
back.
take the hostility out of it.
Thank you.
I'm not
You
saying
admit
that. I'm
you're being
saying
Appreciate
you
it.
start getting your emotion into it, and then you start. So
That's
let's go
you.
back. That's what I'm saying. I want to take it back for a second. I want to calm down. I want to
Whoa.
relax,
You
and I
wanna
want to
calm
make
down.
some
Smoke a
logical
fatty.
points.
Do whatever you gotta do, man.
okay?
You want to
I'm
calm
sure
down.
just take a couple breaths. Go.
Oh my
No,
god.
not like you're. Oh my God! Now he's having sex with himself.
Yes. Oh, baby, I love it. All right. So listen. Let's say that we're talking about certain specific situations. All right. Now,
Dude needs a rock.
not you, okay, just auditors in general, okay? You walk into an auditor that's the other thing. You guys like always try to change the English language and you make it difficult to speak. Because if I say, oh, you're driving down the street, then all of a sudden no one traveling.
Short-lived.
Right?
Once
Auditor
you said
walks
you
in.
guys,
Auditor walks into a
everything
bar
changed.
and says, "Hey, guess what I have? You got any grapes?" No. All right. So,
Once you said you guys, everything changed again.
You see?
an
I thought you were
auditor.
walking it
So
back
I'm
and
not.
dropping
I'm
the whole
profiling
thing.
retracting
and
that
shit.
statement.
It's
And
like
that
you're
is so
calming
true.
down.
It's like cops
and
and
how-
bootlickers do.
Yeah, funny.
Yeah, and
I never
how
heard that
about
one
this,
before.
guys?
You
Hey,
know what's
since
funny
we-
is that auditors want the whole world to lick their boots, because if you work for the government,
I can't
you
help
need to
it,
lick
you're a
my boots and
bootlicker.
follow my demands because I pay
Stop
taxes.
licking. Here, let me just tell you something.
You
Stop
guys want
licking people's
everyone to
boots.
lick
You don't
your
need
boots.
It
You
doesn't
want
matter.
every city worker to lick
Stop
your
looking
boots.
at that way.
You want
Stop
the
it.
bootlickers to be you guys having the whole
My
entire
God.
city work lick your boots.
No,
and
I
bend
want them
over
to lick
backwards
my
and follow
lens.
your demands and follow your
Got a
directives.
got a
And when
I
they
want them
don't,
to
they
lick my
fail the
lens.
audit. What?
I said
you got a
I-
mouthful of polish. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I said I would like them to lick my lens, not my boots.
Thank you.
And I want him
okay.
to suck my presser.
Yeah, see, exactly. You want everyone who works for the government to be your personal slave, and if they're not, it's a failure of an audit.
Personal.
But slavery is illegal in the United States, believe it or not.
That was
In fact,
that word.
Broken System said something about you have to bow down to the king. Did you know that this isn't a monarchy? I can't believe you would think that this is a monarchy.
Calm down, bro. You're
Well, I
worse
mean, he
than
called
me.
America a monarchy. I'm an American. I take a personal offense to that.
It's a democratic dictatorship.
Yeah,
No, it's a
exactly.
democratic
Yeah.
republic. It's a democratic
but
republic. Learn
It
your
used
law.
to be.
It's America, but you don't believe in
It's so
freedom,
true.
Hazukai.
No,
You're
you
so
believe
Let's
that
talk
everyone,
about
that
this.
freedom
Yeah.
means just everyone do everything and nobody cares. Just you want to stab me, just do it because why
No.
not? Because you're free.
We
so
don't
why
hurt
not?
people.
Then
You're
how
not
come Daryl
free if
Brooks
you're
was
charging.
complaining about jurisdiction and all this other stuff that you guys the
Because
same
he's
arguments
free,
that your side
bro.
makes?
He's free.
Exactly. You want freedom where you can just run over people and kill people and rape people.
No.
And
See,
he's
there
proof
you
of that.
go again. You're putting words in my mouth when you say you, blah, 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 blah. Wrong
Right,
answer.
so I said I wanted
Stop
to bring it
doing
back
that.
and get real. But then it
God,
started
won't you
getting
stay
heated again.
real? Quit
All right,
going
well,
back in.
then
You
allow
go
me
into
to speak.
fantasy world, then you come back to the real world, and you go
Well,
back
then
into fantasy
allow
world.
me
Stop
to
that.
allow me to paint my picture then without interruption, real quick. All right. So, first of all, let's take it could be any example. So let's take the standard classic example of the post office audit. All right. You're walking in there to buy a stamp.
I'll be back.
All right. First of all, no, you're not. You're walking in there to audit the place. So it's a lie before you even walk in the door. Okay. So you have no business there. It's a post office specifically designed for people who want to have something to do with the mail. That's why it's a post office. It has to do with the post. And you walk in there and you film, and nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. But believe it or not, there actually are rules and regulations to the post office. And technically, you are not supposed to film transactions over the counter. And they always go out of their way to film transactions over the counter. Why? Because
They
it's their First
always
Amendment,
go-
right? No, because that's how they get their clicks and views, by causing a negative reaction. You guys
Nobody
bait
in
the
this
cops.
channel, nobody on
guys-
this channel does post office audits. Dude, you're in the wrong fucking place, man. Talking
No,
to the
I'm making
wrong
an example. You
motherfucker.
guys were talking about auditors. Okay,
No,
so
you
cop
are.
watchers.
You're
How about
talking
cop
about
watchers? You're the one who
auditors.
said the word
You're-
auditors. All right, how about cop watchers? Let's use cop watchers for an example. You bait the cops into a negative reaction and then get mad at them for taking the bait. Well, then don't
How do
give
you
it to them
bait
if you don't
how
want
do you
them to
bait a
take
good
it.
cop? How can you bait a good cop?
Well, how about when they start walking up to you to ask you a question before they even get a chance to said
They
a
should
word out
just
of their
shut
mouth, you're
their
already
fucking. They
screaming.
should just shut their fucking snout.
Why?
And not
Because
open
you
their
think they
fucking
don't have
yapper.
free speech? Oh, now they don't have the First Amendment?
No,
Now
No.
they can't speak to you?
No.
So I thought you wanted freedom.
No.
Unless it's the cops, then screw them. They're my slaves. They do what I tell them. You just proved my point.
They
for
are
me.
they are the public servants. Yes.
Yeah, the slaves. They're the slaves that you want to lick your boots.
No, they're not slaves. They don't do it for
Then why
free.
should they do
don't-
what you said because you
They
said it?
volunteer to do it. They accepted that.
They volunteer to
title.
be your slave?
They volunteered.
Or
to
they
be
volunteered to try and
servants.
help people?
You're the one changing the word from servant to slave for some reason. There's a difference.
Because you guys treat them like slaves.
No,
if they
we
don't do
treat
what
them
you
like
say, then
servants.
well, that's
Like
horrible.
Benson.
They're not.
They're Benson.
You're an idiot. That's
No,
not true.
they're Benson.
How could you even
They're
make that
Benson.
argument and expect me to take you seriously?
They're
Hey, can
servants.
somebody, Hazuke, I'm going to mute you for just 2 seconds because this has become the Hazuke show, and I
Yeah.
don't really like that. So I'm going to
Thank
mute
you.
you for just a second, okay? Because I want somebody to Google right now, are cops public servants? Just Google, is a cop a public servant? And then tell me what Google says. Okay, Hazukai, I unmuted your mic.
They
Yeah,
are
of
servants.
course
I
they're.
never said they weren't. I said they're not your slaves.
And there's a difference between slave and
They
servant.
quit treating
Slaves,
them like slaves.
slaves don't have a choice. No, they can fucking quit.
So they are slaves because, but they're
No, they
voluntary
can quit.
slaves.
A
Okay.
slave doesn't get to quit. A slave doesn't get paid. A slave doesn't get a motherfucking gun.
Okay, well that's good. So
Go ahead and bring it
when-
up there. Bring it up there, Broken. You look down in
Yeah,
the basement and read it.
Anyways, I just wanted to bring this banner up. Lillian, you got the floor for a second. What do you want to say about the banner?
Yeah, I want to see who on this panel voted today.
Hopefully everyone.
Voting only encourages them.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
so
Why would you
encourages
I did in
who?
fact vote. I
Support
my,
the
me and my
democracy.
family did in fact vote.
Good.
Right.
Good.
So
That's the one smart thing you said the whole time you've been here.
So if we, do you want your government, do you want your fucking government to change?
No,
I just want to push
quit.
as many people that work in the government. I want to push them into the private sector so that they have to do something productive for a living.
Yeah, I don't want a government. They can quit.
Yeah.
So you're anarchists or socialists or
No, I'm
communists
one
or
of the
what?
people, and
Well, he's looking for the isms and the answers.
No,
He
I was
said
just
he doesn't want
saying,
government at all.
if you
That's
want your
anarchy.
government to change because it's not operating in the way or manner that you want it to, yes, you have your 1A, but you have your civic duty to choose the people to represent you and what you want.
Preach.
You don't have any civic duty. This isn't Israel.
You have
This
a
isn't
civic
Israel.
duty to
You
vote
don't have
in
a
who you
civic
want to
duty.
represent you.
No.
It's not a civic duty.
No, it's not. It's a privilege, and you can do it if you want.
So that's like driving, right?
It's like driving.
I'm really
It
starting to like this girl.
is.
Sometimes do I have to say driving is a privilege for you to get that through your head? Driving is a freaking privilege.
Now, remember,
It can be taken away from you. It doesn't.
everybody
Right,
that I
but-
know.
but we
I
could
want to say this,
vote.
you guys, real quick, and then I'll let
Yeah,
you go on.
Wolvie. Hi, Wolvie.
Real quick. How you doing? I just want to say, not everybody on this panel agrees 100% with everybody. I just want to let you guys know that.
No
Me and
shit.
people have
Fuck
a
you,
difference
Wolvie.
of
What the
opinion.
fuck are you trying to say?
Broken has a
Disagree?
difference of opinion, but we do share some common knowledge, just like Paul and I do, or anybody else would. So don't categorize everybody on the panel.
I did not categorize
No, I'm not
anyone.
saying you did. I'm not saying you
Okay,
did. I
that's
just
right.
wanted to do that for a reference point for everybody because it's rude.
Yeah. No, Hazukai is doing that mostly with the you guys in the that kind of scene. But
I mean,
are
have you
kind of
guys not been
walking down that
categorizing
path.
literally all cops together?
Yeah, and also,
yeah.
also
All
us
cops are
as
together.
individuals, as people on the panel as well. You have.
I'll answer that.
Yes, Wolvie.
I've always said that I am not anti-cop, I'm anti-bad cop. So obviously I'm not categorizing all of them, but I do know the human dynamics of psychodynamics. And what happens is when a majority of learned behavior continues to exploit supremacy on, around, or near each other, that learned behavior now becomes patternized. And now that pattern continues to repeat itself. Now, if you go on my channel and listen to that IA officer that broke it down into the policing of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, he agreed with everything that I did. Everything. And he's IA for the city of Melvindale. Okay?
And let me point out one error too, Mr. Carroll. You called them cops. Will you please call them pigs?
Yeah, stop
See?
humanizing pigs.
There you
Right.
go. Categorizing people.
And
well, that's
Wolverine,
everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Cops are not
you said that
people.
you're anti-bad cop, but
Cops are
they're
not people.
You and Broken had that video where you approached a Halloween decoration saying, "Look, we found a good cop," and it was a skeleton wearing a police uniform.
I was
Am I not allowed to have
absolutely shocked.
Am I not allowed to have a sense of humor or not? Yes or no?
But do you see how that could be construed as being anti-cop?
Well, I can see that. Hold up, wait, hold up. He's talking to me. Hold up, let me answer it. So, for the record, I do believe that I have a percentage in my head that are good cops just here in Michigan. And I said it last summer, and I'm going to stick with it because I've learned it. Because of what I don't know if you understood what I was talking about in psychodynamics and learned behavior and people being marginalized. Okay. Because if they don't do what their partners and the rest of them do, they get marginalized and then they don't get back up. We've seen that very clear in the case of that Florida State female trooper that pulled over that Miami-Dade State police officer when he was doing 110 mile an hour to work in a cop car in uniform. She pulled him over at gunpoint, arrested him, took him down and booked him for reckless driving like she should have. And she got marginalized and she couldn't do her job. And you know what all they did? They harassed her forever. They were sending freaking pizzas to her house. They totally freaking destroyed her life. They just destroyed her character and ostracized her inside the Blue Line Thin gang. That is what they do. And that is proof, sir. Please go look at it before you make a comment on please be careful what all you all say that are against what I just said, because that is evidence and proof that those people are gang and they act with that learned behavior, that gang mentality, and they stick together. Okay. Even against the fellow brother or sister for this matter that was marginalized, and she wasn't having it because it's wrong to do 110 mile an hour at 6 o'clock in the morning with all that traffic.
But you guys were ragging on Hezekiah for using anecdotal evidence, and here you're trying to suggest that this particular example proves that all cops are like this. All 600,000 some across the country.
If I could respond,
what I'm saying
to Paul and to Wolby on that, because it does. In this case, that example that you just used, Wolby, it shows that both cops are bad, right? See, because that lady cop, she pulled that cop over. He was going like 90 miles an hour or whatever. He hadn't hurt anybody.
110 miles an hour.
110 miles an hour. She pulled him out at gunpoint and arrested him, right? So
that's
while
what she would do to anybody. She treated him like she treated everybody else.
Yeah,
he wasn't above the law.
She treated him like he was a fucking piece of shit.
And I get your point too.
Right.
I get what you're saying from your point of view. Okay, but that don't mean I agree with you.
Well, because she did something that we all seem to like on this side of the fence, you know, as somebody has said in this panel, right? That she arrested a cop. We're like, oh, she's great, and I'm like, no, she's a pig, and she got into a fight with another pig. Yeah, that's my opinion, is that she got into a fight with another pig. And so now, because an enemy is an enemy of an enemy, now she's a friend. She's not a fucking friend. Right? She found somebody that she didn't like, something that got under her skin, and she used her perceived authority in order to, inflict violence upon somebody else that hadn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, I'm starving myself.
Right? And probably that other cop would have done the same thing. But while that's just one example, there's endless examples. You know, anybody that films police knows that cops back up other cops. They have to. Cops will tell you this. I've never met a cop or heard a cop say, oh no, I don't have to back up any other cops. I don't have to do what they say. I'll just do what I want. I'll arrest a cop any goddamn time. Hell no.
Yeah, they usually
anecdotal
don't.
Evidence.
And Paul, why don't you go look at the civil rights attorney and that one he just released today about that African American woman sitting in that field because it was her bosses, and those police officers came up on her, and because they said they were looking for somebody else, and they said it was suspicious for her to be there when her boss, which is the owner of that property, sent her there to find out who and investigate who is dumping on his property. okay? And she's employed by him. So she has every right, more rights than anybody on the property at the present time of that shakedown when they started to say, well, you're looking a little suspicious and now we need your ID. And because she said, look, I didn't do anything wrong and I have the right to be here. Actually, you guys don't, basically. So they end up pulling her out of the car by force, putting their hands on her, freaking putting her in torture cuffs and illegally detain her. And then you'll see on the body cam footage, you'll see them conspiring. Remember, A doesn't have to know what C is doing as long as B gets it accomplished, okay? And they did that right there, specifically in that conspiracy. So when they said, well, cover your own ass, okay, you got to write her up for obstruction or your ass is going to be in a sling. So then the woman's like, what are you talking about? I just heard what you said. That was bullshit. Hold up. I want her name. I want to file a formal complaint. Well, you definitely got to, okay. And then he calmed her down. He says, I'll tell you what, I'll just give you a warning. So all that corrosive gaslighting right there to get her not to freaking file a complaint when they were totally in error. They're always going to cover their ass because it's learned behavior. That's that bad policing. That is the majority of them, Paul. And if you don't understand that, why don't you go look at the other 100 cases that this legitimate civil rights attorney in Virginia or wherever he's at, I forget, was it West Virginia? Virginia or West Virginia, Broken? I forget. But if you go to his channel, you'll see it. He's got a lot of respect. He's a standing member. He's in the Bar Association. He's taken on a lot of cases. And it's just abuse of authority all the way around. Okay. And that is what I'm talking about. They treat everybody like that now. Everybody.
Okay, and let me address this real fast. Let me address this because Mike McWilliams, I want to make one clear distinction to everybody on this panel, including Mike McWilliams. Everybody tell me if I'm wrong. What does uniform mean, Mr. Carroll?
It means clothing that looks similar.
Okay, what does uni mean?
No, the word
UNI.
is uniform.
What does uni mean?
One.
Okay, what does form mean?
The appearance. In this case, it would be clothing.
Okay, so one form, correct? So do
One
police wear a
set of clothing that
uniform?
looks the same.
Okay, do police wear a uniform?
Yes.
So do they appear as one form?
In the sense that they're wearing the same kind of clothing, yes.
Okay, so do police group themselves into the same category voluntarily?
Don't they have standards? Which are standard?
Hold up, let him answer. Let him answer.
Yeah.
Well, he
What's
said
understood
it's
don't need to be
not
explained, man. That should break you just a pubic hair out of the matrix right there.
a pubic hair.
The fact that they wear uniforms.
The fact that they group themselves together because it's unfair.
He's not even paying attention to the conversation, Broken.
Yeah, Hazuke, if you're not going to pay attention to the conversation, then maybe we can just conduct this panel without you. But my point is
tunnel vision, man.
My point is you're making the assumption that it's the population that groups police all together when it's the police that do that to themselves.
Okay, I wonder why.
Oh, I wonder why.
Well, if all the lawyers in a courthouse wear suits, does that mean they're all on the same side? And
Do they wear a
the exact same
uniform?
thing?
Do they wear a uniform? Do they
They're
take
all
on
wearing
one?
suits? That could be
That
the
could
same
be.
outfit, like a
Yeah,
uniform.
but
And do they have standards?
that suit does not have symbols on it that symbolize authority.
Do they
Would you
have
guys
standards?
like to see a video of why cops need to stand together? I could drop a link to it in the chat right now.
I can also
you're
show you a
saying-
video why people need to stand together.
Right, and you're saying that police need to stand together, and then you're saying it's unfair when folks in the general population group them all together. Which one is it, Hazukai?
What's understood don't need to be explained. That's the second time, man.
No,
Get out of the
because
matrix.
it's a false comparison, man. Because it's like
No, that was apples and apples, homie.
You guys are saying that we can't group all of you guys together under being on one side, but you can group all cops together into being pigs. And now you're saying, well, you can group them all together because they're uniform. Yeah, they're uniform officers, not uniform scumbags.
No, we don't have standards. We don't
Right,
have a
you
book
don't.
of rules that we have to follow. We're
Right,
all,
so you think that means you can do anything.
We can do
That's why
anything.
you scare me, because you think there's nothing wrong with shooting me.
All right, Broken, all of the members of the military wear uniforms, but if one person commits a war crime, does that mean every member of the military is a war criminal?
Well, let me answer it this way, okay?
Wow, you can go to the Middle East and ask that question. You'll probably get murdered for answering it because they hate all Americans.
And that's exactly where I was going with that, is because you ask somebody in a foreign country like that's been murdered or the victim of that war crime, guess what? They're going to group everybody in that uniform.
You should have seen that coming, buddy.
Whether it's fair or whether it's unfair, that's not for me to determine.
But you're saying that it could be unfair, even if this was a person who was a victim or their family member was a victim of the war crime committed by that one particular soldier.
Why don't we just process to eliminate one thing right here real quick? Just real quick, man. We are all human. We are all human beings. Okay, cool. I'll let you answer since I'm done talking. Or whatever Broken says after that, then it's his panel. But anyway, all I'm saying is we're all human beings and we all have fallacy in our life. We make mistakes, okay? The problem is that in America, in my opinion, I think we're all pretty spoiled, okay, in this great country we live in. I also think that everybody's entitled to an opinion. It's not always the right opinion. And you know what? I had an argument with somebody about 2 weeks ago, and it was really hard. And it was one of the type of situations where I liked this person and I almost wanted to kick him to the curb. But then once I heard him repeat himself one more time, it actually opened my mind. It opened my mind to 7 different opinions. And it was me holding myself back the whole time. And I wasn't willing to learn or even observe what I seen, let alone actually take it into consideration that I could have been in error. Now, see, a lot of auditors won't do what I just did, and I'm just a redress journalist, okay? I'm not an auditor, but I do it all, okay? And I respect the A1 community, and I respect everybody on this panel, as long as they're not calling me out my name, as you know. And you can support the police all you want. I don't care. Just get it the hell off my flag. It's a sovereign flag. And in this great state of Michigan, we have a code, an MCL, that is standing, that is 270.245, that says basically everybody that is in duty bound, okay? I'm going to break it down and paraphrase this for everybody. Everybody duty bound has to follow this. Those people that have free speech don't. So police officers, while they're on duty, they don't have free speech. They never will, because they got a code of conduct connecting to their bargain agreement that's connected to their oath of office and the bond they're under. Now, I'm back quiet. Go ahead.
Which means they're not people. Because people have free speech.
In his opinion.
They're persons, and they're different. But they're servants of the people. You can't be people and a servant of the people at the same time.
He's just saying it a different way, but yes, it is. It is. You guys, you see, what's going on inside your brain right now is you're starting to realize that the fallacy and all these perpetrations that have been put on us, like for an example, in my opinion, the baby boomers did not teach us the Fourth Amendment, let alone the First Amendment. Okay. And they didn't teach us it correctly, and the 10th Amendment is being taken for granted because it's not supposed to contradict the deprivation of rights that Congress will never create a law. And it's the supreme law of the land that will contradict any of your inalienable rights. You can't lean against something that is unleanable. Okay. That is what they said. That is a fact. And if you're going to believe in that, you must understand that the 10th Amendment gave the states the rights to make their own laws, but not to contradict the law, but to enforce the law that they have or make it stricter. They can't broaden the law. They can only narrow a law. All right, I'm back quiet.
And just for the record, if you look, Wolvie, I just put Lillian below you now, so you and Lillian are close together.
The 10th Amendment basically just gives the states the crumbs that were left over from the meal that the people had just eaten. Right, the people reserved all the rights that they wanted, the powers that they wanted. They delegated some food to the federal government because they needed to eat, and the states got the crumbs. What was left? Nothing more, nothing less.
All right, so can you show me where in the history book that is written?
That's the 10th Amendment. It's what has not been reserved to the people or the federal government, respectively, is left to the states. That's the crumbs.
It's not
That
the
was
crumbs.
his way of saying
That's,
it, but yes, he's
that's
right.
the power. The powers to the people in those states.
Yeah, but they can't contradict the supreme law of the land. So my First Amendment. So if you go look at Houston v. What is that?
Houston v.
Hill. If you go read that case, go read it. Go read it real good. Because that's exactly what I'm being charged for right now, and we're going to go waste towards time, and they got to dismiss it. Because
you are being charged for that. That's the case that applies to you. Well,
exactly, it is the case. Exactly, you cannot. You cannot obstruct a police officer from free speech, because I even said where the Supreme Court and several different districts has ruled. And Smith v. Cummins and Turner versus Driver and cases like all these different cases that we're mentioning, there's one supreme law that they're sticking to, which is the First Amendment and the 5 elements in it. Okay, you got 5 elements of the First Amendment, and they must be honored at all times, especially if I invoke them. So if I'm sitting here saying, okay, I'm about to go redress, today is such and such at such hour, and I'm going to protest and redress because I believe this guy is out of line and out of order and out of law, and he's breaking his code of conduct and he's breaking his oath by contradicting himself, breaking the law while enforcing the law, and I prove that, okay, in section 603 subsection 4.5 in the Michigan Vehicle Code. And they don't understand it. It's not my fault, honey, that they don't know what's going on. It's not that they're supposed to be educated. They're the law enforcement, not me. They serve me. I don't serve them. They work for me. I don't work for them. When I go into a courtroom, I'm going to show my Taylor taxes and my Lincoln Park taxes and my county taxes. I'm going to put all this up. You see, I am a little legitimate taxpayer. I am your boss. And you should not treat me like this.
Wolvie, you just said honey, and if you call Hazuki honey one more time instead of your pole holder, honey.
Oh, he's getting jealous. All right.
He was talking to Liliana. That's great.
I'm sorry, baby.
Technically, Wolvie, the First Amendment gives the people the right to petition and to seek redress, but not necessarily to achieve redress. They can seek it, but the right is actually to petition.
Right. So I did petition, and I said, and I continue to, and I did today, and I did yesterday. As you see, Wolvie's been biting that ass.
You've been petitioning the shit out of him. I'll give you that.
That's called, and that's his wordage for me, and my wordage is protesting, because especially when I'm on a sidewalk, because that's the quorum for it. And then when I'm like anywhere else besides that, I'm redressing.
Okay, but can I ask this? Is it peaceful protest?
Well, it is until I get threatened with violence.
How is it written in the Constitution?
You have the right to peaceably assemble.
Yes.
You have the right to peace. You have the right to peacefully assemble. Right? And I did.
Let's look at that word peacefully.
Yeah, but hold up. But I did though. See, he didn't like what. Hold up, guys. Hold up. He didn't like what I was saying.
Peaceably,
right?
yes.
He didn't
What were
like
you
what I was saying peacefully. I was telling him, I asked
What?
him, I asked him if in fact he knew 603 subsection 45 today. Okay? Or yesterday, excuse me. All right. And
Was he? Can I
he
just ask a
looked
quick
right through me.
question?
Oh, you look.
Are
Do you
you
want to know? It sounds like
I
you
want to
got
know,
tunnel
was he
vision
work?
too. So I'm going to go back
No,
quiet.
I
I'm
don't. I
wasting
just
my
want to know,
time.
was he working? Was he on a stop? Was he just standing there? Did
He
he
was
like
done with a
how?
stop. He was
Okay,
code
that's the.
4.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the situation was. That's why I want to know. Were
He
you
was
on the
he was
sidewalk
he was
just doing a little
yeah.
protest,
He
or did you
he
find?
escaped
Yeah,
he escaped from his pen and he was away from his trough.
nice work.
I
Okay,
don't
whatever.
want Wolby to incriminate himself at all and have to speak on this, but I've seen the video, and what he was doing was he was petitioning peaceably on public property that's a traditional public forum, and he was doing it vociferously, and he had done it many times. And
Not
this
boisterously. Are we going to use a lot of adverbs?
Yeah, but I
yeah,
have
we
done
are.
that. But I would always tell people, I say, watch who disrespects who first. So when I walked up to the curb to show the symbol, the tubular symbol that is on his car, that shows that that is a marked Taylor police car, he got on his loud horn and threatened me with violence. And that is when I started disrespecting him back.
Which is not a crime, and it's not breaking the peace.
Yeah, because you can't disturb a police officer's peace.
Yeah, Wolby didn't breach the peace. He didn't go attack an officer. He didn't touch him. He didn't steal his pen and stop him from writing a ticket.
But he was done with his stop, right? He was in his car getting ready to go on to the next thing, or
yeah, he continued to break the law, and I continued to redress him and protest him. Do you understand that? Rightfully, peacefully, until he threatened me, and then I got a little colorful with it and used my free speech to call him the pig bitch asshole that he was.
Pig bitch.
Okay, so I didn't see the video either, so I don't know exactly the story. All I know is what you just said, right? In response to what she asked you. That's all I know. So if I say something, I misstate something or whatever, I don't know the whole situation. All I know is the picture you
and
just
sorry, I was going to say,
painted.
Wolvie, I didn't see the video either. That's why I had no clue what you were talking about.
Well, picture all the yelling and screaming that you want from a sidewalk during a stop and after a stop, and it wasn't the first stop.
Okay, so I'm still because you're painting this picture, so I'm trying to like what I'm seeing in my head based on the picture you're painting. So you started by saying you were protesting. So what are you protesting? You're standing out with the sign, marching, and then all of a sudden the cop comes up to you for no reason. Like, what are you protesting?
All right, number one, I am there in a press capacity as I spoke in because I was recording him. Okay,
doing what?
And just listen to me. Don't ask no more questions. Just listen, then ask questions. All right. So I'm recording him because I don't trust him, and it's my right to record him in the First Amendment. Okay, that's one of the attributes, one of the 5. Okay, so as I was doing it, as Turner versus Driver says, I have the right to do that in the Supreme Court, which there's many rulings on it. That's just one for you to go read. All right.
Turner versus Driver is only the 5th Circuit. It doesn't apply in Michigan.
Yeah, but it's major precedent. Okay.
But you just said it's the Supreme Court, and it's not.
Okay, I understand, but it's done by federal judges that is backed up by the Supreme Court. Okay. So anyways, my point is this is what I'm trying to say to you. Okay. When I'm peacefully doing exercising my First Amendment, and then that attempted cop syndrome comes out of him and he doesn't like it, he starts to make threats that he can't back up, and I call his bluff. All right. So if he wouldn't have threatened me, I wouldn't have went there with me, and he would have went on his merry way, and I would have went on my merry way when he was done. Because we both have the right to do what we were doing.
But what was the perceived threat?
When he said that he would inflict violence on me if I didn't get
violence?
away. Well, he said he would arrest me. Okay, so he would kidnap me.
Arrest you for what?
Are you going to listen?
For
Because I was going into that.
Okay.
If you would just let me tell
Okay,
you.
I want to talk too.
Okay, you are talking to me. You're asking me a question, and I'm answering it.
For
Okay, so let me
interference.
answer it.
That was the charge.
All right. So he didn't like that I walked off the sidewalk, walked on public property to the curb, and got a snapshot of the tubular that was on his car. And he got on his loudspeaker, disturbed the peace himself, and was disorderly when he did it. And he said, "Get away from the car, I'm going to arrest you." And I told him, "No, I don't have to. But today I'm going to, because under duress, I don't have to sit here and call your bluff anymore. I've done this all week and I don't have to do it. All I need to do is show that you were willing to use violence on me if I didn't." Okay. So I did take a couple steps back just to set the precedent for that issue. So when people are saying that I was trying to provoke him, I wasn't, because I was showing my subscribers. I had 80 people in there at the time. It was jumping from 80 to 120. Okay. So I was showing people that were just coming in. Do you see that marking right there? That is called a marked car. There's expectations and liability and vehicle code that we have for this when it's marked like that, and it's got to be marked a certain way, and they got to have 35% in front when it comes to tent, 75 in back. They have 75 in front and back, which makes that vehicle not in standard like everybody else's. Okay, now if it was in an undercover capacity, which in subsection 603 subsection 5 in another subsection 5 citing another one stating if you were on an undercover capacity, you wouldn't have to worry about that because you'd be exempt. But that's a marked vehicle, and he's in a uniform doing his duties, and he's got his name, he's got his badge, so he has to go by that standard of code of conduct. He wasn't following it at the time. So I began to say, hey, I respected you long enough. Every time he stopped from there, I let him have it.
Right,
and you were arrested for interference, right?
No, I was ticketed.
Yeah, ticketed for interference.
Yeah, I had a misdemeanor ticket for interfering. Yes.
Yeah, you were arrested, cited, and released.
Okay,
so I wasn't none of that.
All right, wait,
he wasn't arrested. He was just ticketed.
Yeah,
no, he was arrested. He just wasn't taken to jail.
No, he never detained me. He never detained me.
Right, but he gave you a ticket, so you could say
he didn't even follow his own criminal procedure.
You're right. I do remember that. Yeah, that was a very interesting. He didn't.
Yeah, he just. I refused the ticket, and he put it on my wife's windshield.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So you were the one who got pulled over?
Negative.
Your wife was pulled over?
Negative.
Okay, so
I wasn't even in the car. Remember, that wasn't a traffic stop.
Right. It was very unusual. I've never seen this happen ever.
So what's it? Because I'm still trying to get the full picture here. Because again, I apologize, we didn't see the video, so I don't know. So let me go back for a second because I really do want to understand this. And I've said this every day on my live stream. I always say this: I do not, will not, and would not ever support a bad cop. So if you're telling me that he did something wrong, I want to make sure that I understand what happened so that I could say, maybe I'm on your side in this one.
Same.
Okay. So
Well,
let's go back. Let's go back. And here's the picture you painted in my head.
Anyone supports bad cops.
So here's the picture that you're painting in my mind. So you're standing on the street corner and you're protesting because
For the record,
I still don't understand what the protest
that was only on
was.
Saturday nights, and that was only for like that one summer that I stood on the street corner.
Why?
No, I'm talking to Wolvie, the story he just told.
Why do you keep asking why? It doesn't matter why he was protesting.
But he made the statement that he made it clear that he was protesting, and that was why he had the right to be where he wasn't doing what he was doing. So what I'm asking is, what was the protest? Was there a building that was shut down and you had your signs out there? What was the protest?
Let's not make this complicated. I
People have a
inserted,
right
I
to be on the
inserted my right
sidewalk.
for people like you that are sitting on a jury would have no doubt when you see that video that I was in protest. And the
Of
judge
what?
would tell you, and the judge will instruct you what protesting is. So when you guys get together and you guys are in a jury and you're forming an opinion, you have to have legal definition. A lot of times the judge will instruct legal definition on these things, and he'll tell you that as a constitutionally protected activity is to redress, protest, and the right to record on a public sidewalk in that quorum.
Okay, so what were you redressing and protesting?
I just told you.
You're the one who said it was a protest. A protest of what?
603. He's saying it does. Let me just explain it to him one more time, and I'm going to be done with it. All right.
This is
He
really
was
important,
in
what I gotta
error.
say.
He was not following. He was blocking a sidewalk, and the law says in 603, if you are a municipality, village, any type of law enforcement, any type of government, political affiliations, whatever, if it's owned by the state or city government, you have to go by a certain quorum. If you are equipped with lights and sirens and whistles and one blue light, one red light, and one amber light, you have to have either an oscillating light on or a rotating light on that can be seen from 500 feet away. That is the MVC on it. Now, moving on. He was in error. He continued to do it, right?
Yeah,
I continue to redress. Moving on.
Yeah,
Go.
let's move this conversation forward. People, what were you trying to say?
Okay. This is why, don't get mad, Wolvie, but this is why I was trying to correct this argument like a week or so ago, right? Okay, the people have the right to be on the sidewalk, right? The people. And while the people are there, they have the right to do other things, such as to press, to assemble, to legion, and to speech it up, and to petition them. And Wolvie was doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those things. It doesn't matter how many of those things. What's important is that was one of those constitutionally protected rights the reason for the ticket? And what is claimed is that, yes, that was the reason, that his protesting, that his speech was the reason in being converted into the crime of interference, right?
Interference of what?
Exactly, interference of what? That's a good question.
That's a damn good question.
Right, but...
Okay, so... Okay, now wait, because, again, I'm trying to go by this. You obviously know more about what happened. I still don't get it. And I'm still just, I'm honestly trying to understand, because like I said, maybe if I understood, I could get behind you on this. So let me ask my question.
Point. You're trying to get ahead
you're
of
missing the point. You're telling
up.
me this cop was doing all this. Where'd the cop come from? Where'd the cop come from? You're standing on the corner. All of a sudden, there's a cop yelling at you. Where'd the cop come from?
Speed
trap. How about this? The video is on.
So you were protesting the speed trap? Now
that
can answer a question that I asked you before that you refused to answer.
Hold on, listen. Before I have to mute anybody, Hazuka, let's
and
move on.
I didn't refuse to answer anything.
Yeah, but listen.
I asked
let's
you like
move
5
on.
times what you were protesting. Now you're saying you were protesting.
I told you
a speed
603,
trap.
dude. I did tell you. Now you're gaslighting. Stop it.
You don't listen.
Hold on, I gotta fucking mute everybody because I'm trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's move this conversation forward because we're stuck on certain points and we're not fucking getting past them. And we're starting to get bogged down now. Hazuka, go watch the video. Go comment over on Wolvie's video because we're trying to explain it to you, but then you keep backing up to shit that doesn't matter when you can go watch the video and you can go comment on Wolvie's channel, but. Let's move this conversation forward a little bit. We got other panel guests on here, and I don't want to be rude to everybody else that's on the panel here. Lillian, go for it.
Yeah.
Do
you trust your government 100%?
Hell no.
Is this going around the
real
panel?
quick?
Let's do it. Let's do round robin,
I'm on the phone
with
my
no
son right now, so I'm
interjections.
gonna go talk to him. So, I mean, if you keep me on, I'll come back. But right now, I'm not going to say anything because I'm talking to him, and my kids are more important. So, thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Carroll, your answer to this question.
No.
Okay, Hazuka, do you want to weigh in, or are you dealing with your kid? People. Does people want to weigh in on this question, the banner that's up here? I think that's a big hell no if I had to take a stab at it.
I think he's muted.
All right, Wolvie. Well, apparently we lost like half our panel. Well, so that's the round table for you. We had half the people, we had half the folks weigh in. My answer to that is hell no. So what's the answer?
I think no.
So do you think cameras help or hurt the situation of trust?
I don't want to talk about cameras.
Well, you're kind of on a Cop Watch channel, and you're kind of on a channel that brings cameras instead of weapons to a situation.
Okay.
So if you don't trust something 100%, or if there's no trust, then Mr. Carroll was on a panel where he was saying the best thing you can do in situations like that is have a record, correct? Mr. Carroll, you said having documentation is like the strongest thing you can do. That was your attorney advice, was it not?
When there's a dispute, yes.
When there's a dispute. When is there not a dispute with the government?
I mean,
silence.
When you are at the DMV, I suppose.
When I'm at Secretary of State or the DMV, it's a hassle almost every time I go in there.
Well, for you, because you don't seem to think that driver's licenses are legitimate. If that's your perspective, yeah, you're probably going to have a dispute.
I didn't say that they're not legitimate. I never said that. I never said a license is not legitimate. I just said that it's been convoluted whether a license is applicable in a private capacity versus a commercial capacity.
Well, it is.
We kind of
a driver's license is applicable in a personal and commercial capacity.
Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do because I'm not the guru on this subject. I'm going to take some clips from Paul Enslaved, and then we're going to come back to this conversation. If you're game for it, Mr. Carroll, I will bring up Paul Enslaved's comments to this issue because he kind of had this chat with Artie already, and Paul Enslaved is like far more of an expert and has far more knowledge on this subject than I do. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm not the best at articulating the points like Paul. So I'll leave it at that for now. But you do realize that, you know, government is there to regulate commerce, not people, correct?
I don't think I would agree
You're probably
with
going to
that
have to come
blanket
back in and out.
statement.
You wouldn't agree with that?
As a blanket statement, probably not.
So people can be regulated?
Well, in the sense that we have laws to prevent people from doing certain activities, sure.
So folks should be regulated. Wow.
To stop people from...
that wasn't the question.
Well, regulation can be used to prevent people from doing things, sure.
It can be. See, you always come back and you always answer a question you wish I asked instead of the question I asked.
Governments are capable of regulating people, yes.
They are capable of regulating people. So then how can you be regulated?
The government that brings people to trial for murder, that's a form of regulation.
How is that a form of regulation? When
No,
you
that's enforcement.
That's a form.
Regulation.
So I have a great quote. I have a great quote.
What's
I
your
just
great
saw
quote?
it when I was in Philly because I went and I saw where the Constitution was made. And it says, if men were angels, no government would be necessary.
Why
And
did it
that
have to say? Why did it have to say men?
Is that Franklin?
that's what James Madison said.
Madison.
Think about that.
It's
But why
generally
did
that
why
when
did
they
it
used
have
the
to be?
term men
Why,
in that day and age, they referred to humankind in general.
Yeah.
it just sounded a little bit like toxic femininity.
Well, I'm going to be clear about this, and I'm going to bounce. Okay, these kind of conversations, according to the articulation and definition to some of these people, I'm a slave because I pay my taxes and I am legitimate in the slave world and I enjoy my privileges. So I don't want to contradict myself by saying that running my opinion concurrent with all these different opinions out here and people based upon their philosophical engineering when it comes to running things concurrent that really is a bunch of learned behavior that when it comes down to they contradict themselves and the hypocrisy stands. That is why that quote is so important that she just mentioned, because there is some things that needs accountability. So man needs to respect the quorum of transparency and accountability, especially when they're running a socialist or a capitalist government.
I didn't hear that.
Copy that.
No. I was just saying I didn't really hear. What? Say it again.
So basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that there are a lot of different formed opinions that you have, that Paul has, that Press has, that all these different other people. Now, I'm talking about Paul on Slave, not Paul on here, but even him too. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we all have a
I
bias.
don't necessarily listen to me. You wanted to know why I'm refraining from that, because most people want to take it into that something where I don't ever see happening. If you got rid of government, if you got rid of everything that regulates everything, you would have a world of chaos. You would have cartels everywhere, and you would have the same murdering thieves, rapists, pimps everywhere you go.
But
This
that's what
way,
we have.
the difference is that we
right
can
now.
walk. Listen to me. The difference is that we can walk down the street in a somewhat peaceful neighborhood without being stalked or robbed. In the world that you guys are trying to think that every man is going to hold to that will, they have the intentions, but it changes after a while because people realize their strengths, and they realize that their intimidation factors, they realize their manipulations factors, and that is why Paul says yes, that people are murdering people and they need to be prosecuted. Okay, so I believe in that system. I think that system is perfectly ran. What I don't believe is that man is perfect, and that's what screws up the system.
I think everybody would agree with that on panel. At least I would.
I do, but I mean, I would agree that if somebody is committing an actual injury to a human, that I'm more in favor of them being prosecuted and put in jail, but that's a policy decision. But no, I believe that everybody should govern themselves and just do the right thing. You can't make anybody do the right thing. And when you put somebody in jail, then you have to pay somebody to guard them. And that's no life to live. Like, why are we paying anybody to do these horrible things?
It's also execution. We don't want them to execute them either. So,
But would you agree that preventing people from doing certain wrong things is an admirable goal in and of itself?
Oh, you mean a deterrent?
It's an admirable goal, but it's an impossible goal.
It is impossible.
It doesn't work. It never will. You wouldn't do it to your own kids.
This is as good as it gets right here. We're in America.
It only works in theory when you can throw them away into a jail where you don't have to see them anymore. And then it's okay with society. But if you had to see them, then you wouldn't do that.
Paul, trust me, man. I've been in 9 different prisons. All right. I got my record expunged. I got a new chance. All right. And you wouldn't believe the atrocities that I've seen in here. And most people don't care because obviously they deserve it, whether they're there doing 1 year, 9 months, or the rest of their lives. Whatever happens to them, they put themselves there. So it's their fault. So when they become victims of violence and riots and you were just on your way, minding your own business, trying to do your bit, just get in, get out, and do your time and get back into society, and not trying to disobey guards. You're just trying to do. It's called doing your bit, okay? And then all of a sudden, this guy sees you, see him stick somebody. Now you're a witness, and you didn't even want to be because you were on your way to the laundry room. Now he's coming at you, and you can't go by the lawful rules because if you rat on that person and tell, there's no way that you'll be able to show your face ever again, let alone it's a catch-22 because now they don't know. So it puts me in a position to where I got to go get my horse and stick this guy before he sticks me. That is the rules. You cannot rewrite those rules, Paul. Okay? So do I deserve to die or should I protect myself to live?
Well, but I think that goes into a deeper thing that, it's privatized. Why are we having those kind of situations in jails? And yeah, reform needs to go there too. But then, it's that idea of recidivism. You hope that, like, unfortunately, this is a shitty place. We need to fix it, but you don't want to go and experience things that you've experienced before in some capacity, right?
Right.
Well, why wouldn't we look at some of the other countries around the world that have? Hold on, Wolvie. Why wouldn't we look at some of the other countries around the world that have the lowest recidivism rates, if that was the case? And why wouldn't we try to emulate some of those models?
Why wouldn't we look at
American
it from a
exceptionalism is the
holistic
reason for that.
perspective then? I'm sorry, Paul. Let me just say, why wouldn't we look at it from a holistic perspective then, and how important healthcare is and mental health, and how, you look at countries that have low gun violence, right? Low rape. What did they do? Yes, absolutely. Let's emulate that, but not just in one area, but you have to start with basic health of people.
And there is some truth to that, but the fact of the matter is that what I was trying to get to, and everybody missed it. I'm not saying everybody missed it. Nobody was willing to comment about it. And the fact of the
what is
matter
the question? What's it? Sorry.
The fact of the matter is that the corruption that happens behind
I agree.
by these police officers,
yes,
and by these correctional officers.
Yeah, you're locked away and forgotten about. And then there's all kinds of abuse.
Police brutality is real, and I am not denying that. I know it's real.
See, I got a really good reason for why I joined the 1A community. Okay, in Wyandotte, I'm going to sum this up real quick. I got my rights violated because I was cussing inside my house. And by the end, I was charged with obstruction because I was set up, because a neighbor called and said that I was doing something, and they came to investigate. Instead of knocking on my door, they decided to go and trespass on my property, open my truck door, and I'm looking at I finally look at my surveillance and see that my truck door is unlocked. So I go to secure it, and I turn around, dead of night, there's a figure standing in front of me asking me questions like, why are you cussing inside your house? I'm like, none of your effing business. So he snatched me up and assaulted me. And I was a big guy. I bunched 405. I used to run 2 miles a week, and I was in great shape. You understand what I'm saying? The guy, this police officer was no match for me. So when he attacked me without identifying himself, that I have on video, Okay, and he ended up. All I did was take a giant step back because I was a big, strong man, and he lost balance, and the shirt snapped because he had a hold of my shirt, and he fell to his ass. He had no right putting his hands on me.
Now,
Okay, so I understand. Yeah, yeah, I understand. I think I've told you guys my friend is a civil rights attorney. He does police misconduct and police brutality, and I know the stories. And I absolutely think that it needs to change, but how can we change it? That is the question. How can we change that?
You ain't gonna do it sitting on this panel talking about it. I'm gonna tell you that.
I don't though. Wolvie,
you
I
ain't.
don't. I mean, this is one way I could voice my I could be an activist, right? Or an ally, but I don't just sit on a panel and do it. I do it in
Yeah,
other
you gotta
ways.
do what these guys do that are called auditors. Okay, whether
But
they're auditors or not, that is we're the new patriots now.
Well, how about this?
Well, but also maybe I don't want to be a new patriot. Number one.
You don't have to
number,
be. You don't have
Well,
to
number
be.
two, but
you're gonna lose your freedom over it.
I'm not going to lose my freedom because I am fighting for what I feel is important to
Watch
me.
what happens after tonight. You don't even know what I know. All right. And I'm telling you, once Joe Biden releases his 3-point plan, not that I'm trying to get into politics, it's what they're trying to do to us.
We can talk about politics
Well,
if
wait
you
a second.
want.
Wait a
I don't
second.
want to.
Wait,
I'm not trying to take that.
I was
I'm not trying to
asking
take
about
you there.
voting earlier, so we can talk about politics.
Yeah, we can come back to politics. Wolvie, Real Genie had a question. I thought it was a good question. Do you want to just real quick, just answer Real Genie's question? Because I thought it was a good question. Can you read that, or do you want me to read it? It says, does Wolvie believe if there were no government, he would behave chaotically?
I believe that that might be a possibility. That is a possibility.
You would?
You would start committing crimes?
I don't know. I can't tell you that I would and wouldn't. It all depends on the circumstances, because we wouldn't have a structure. Listen very close. We wouldn't have a structure, right, that we do now to where we can get jobs and take care of ourselves. Most communities, look, if you look at Mexico, Mexico is a failed state for a reason. All right, it's perfect. And a perfect example, and it's real close to us, and that's why they keep coming across our border, because they want that peace and security. Okay,
Well, but
and I don't blame them. I would too if I was them.
Yeah,
all right?
but you do realize societies rise and fall, right?
Yes, they do. I do,
Okay,
but that
so-
don't mean I have to. Go ahead.
Okay, so if society is in the decline, like for example, I'll give you a quick example.
Go ahead.
I saw people panhandling at my local Walmart. And I thought I would only see that shit down in Tijuana when I crossed the border.
What?
It's everywhere, and I don't mind it. I give money all the time. Given it shall be given unto you.
But my point is, America has to get off its fucking high horse, we're the greatest
Amen.
country in the entire globe, and that we're not susceptible to fucking falling.
Yeah, that's true. And
that's why I said American exceptionalism is probably one of the reasons that we don't try things like the prison reforms of the Scandinavian countries or the drug reforms of Portugal. Is the people who run for office tend to, as like an election strategy, say America is the greatest country already.
You know what's sad about Paul? What Paul just said, though, it reminded me of what my wife told me when she was taking statistics, and what it came down to in that sociology class that she had to take to get her bachelor's, to finish her bachelor's, was that they were making her and marginalizing her to believe that a certain way and how this is performed is the only way, and if you disagreed, you would lose. You would get a lower grade than the average person, because they based it off of identity politics and racism. And it's just a lot of that is nothing but the isms and the phobes that has come and to destroy and stir us up more.
Well, yeah, a lot of
Identity politics is the worst thing that we can ever adopt.
But we're not talking about the isms and the phobes.
Oh, but it's in everything that we do.
But look, the social programs that work in other countries, the only reason they work in the other countries is because it's a homogenous population.
Well, do they work? Or are they just reported to work by the government?
See, there's a difference in between report and doing it. So in socialism, on paper, it looks awesome. But if you see in the Bible, you see them rise and fall by it all the time. They always put their money in the pot. They always get it. They end up getting poor and executed. That's why the Apostle Paul went down and preached into that neighborhood that his so-called conscience, or at that time he said God. Most people that don't believe in God said, well, that we know that he existed. We know that these letters are real, just like Jesus is real. You keep your time by him. Okay, we're not going to go into that. That's a fact. He walked this earth whether you believe he was God or not. Okay, the spiritual realm is one thing, but the person really was here, and they really did kill him for what I'm doing right now. Because Jesus went in, he went into the law library and he read their laws, and he came out. He got fed up after a while and seen, hey, you turn my hall of organization into a den of thieves.
Well, look, religion will teach you not to worship false idols. What do you think a lot of folks in this country do when they worship money?
All day long. That's why it says the love of money.
They worship false idols, and you put pictures of dead men on paper, and then you have a lot of peeps in this country that worship that way more than the valuable things in this fucking world, and that's wrong.
But since Wolby brought up Jesus, okay, would Jesus have recommended to put anybody in jail? I say no.
Actually, no, because when they were according to the law of Moses, Mary Magdalene, that was the whore, all right, that was the Pharisees brought to Jesus and threw her down and said she's committed adultery, and according to the law of Moses, she needs to be stoned forthwith. And Jesus knelt down and started to write in Aramaic into the sand. And then he drew a line, and then he grabbed the sand and he threw it back down on top of the line. And he stood up and he said, those without sin cast the first stone. Now, let me explain something to you about that story that most people don't know. And I'm not being religious about it. I'm telling you what really happened at the time. The time it was said, who said it, and who it was referred to. That's the way we're going by scholarship here. So in that specific situation, what happened was Jesus knew that these men that had stones in her head had made her the whore that she was. So that's why they dropped their stones, because he said, those without this sin cast the first stone. So they dropped the stones in guilt, and then it caused a chain reaction, and everybody followed them. And then she says, thank you, Father. Thank you. And he said, just get up and don't do that no more. Behave yourself. Stay away from these nasty people and don't be like them. He said, sin and sin no more, quote unquote.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that it's black and white. Okay. You cannot punish somebody for doing something wrong and think that that's going to change it. It never has. Crime still gets committed. No matter how many peeps you throw in jail, there are still crimes.
You just got to deal with it. You got to deal. We're dealing with it.
This country
has that's it. There, you got it. And we can find a way to deal with it in every century we come to.
Okay.
Sometimes it's bad. Sometimes it gets real bad. That's why what's happening. Let me further on that. What's happening in these other countries are they're releasing their prisoners and they're coming here. Okay. That's what's happening. They can't afford to feed them.
No.
Yes. Why don't you go look? You need to go look at their country's response to what's happening and why they're on their way here. They don't want them. They didn't want to take them back because they were prisoners.
Do you think every person coming to this country or immigrating in an undocumented fashion is a criminal from another country?
No, I'm talking about where there's a lot of prisoners, political prisoners, just like the majority
Political prisoners are different than prisoners, and that I can tell
all
you
right,
that for
I
a
know
fact.
that, but you're not letting
Yeah.
me get to my point. My wife's making me do something right now, okay? So I really don't have time to follow up on this. You guys are going to have to do your history because I know what I know and I know what I heard, and I paid attention at the time it happened during the Obama administration when they first started bringing people and putting them kids into them cages and giving them tinfoil freaking blankets. That happened in 2014 in the Obama administration. Okay. So, and what happened was they were releasing these people from all over the place, and some were political refugees, some were flat out people from the cartel, and some people were in prisons. So you got a mixture of all types of people coming, and I'm not calling them criminals. I say, come on in. I don't care. I don't care about that boundary as long as people want to be loyal to this country and not hurt it, and work and try to do and earn their way like the majority of the 51% of the working class does here in the United States. All right, I'm back quiet.
Well,
I gotta go for a ride.
Yeah. Okay, so you brought up the cartels and immigration, kind of in an immigration arena, I guess. But Mr. Carroll, I have a question for you. Do you think prohibition is succeeding or failing?
Probably mostly failing.
Probably mostly failing. So if it's failing, why would we continue something that continues to fail decades after its inception?
Because
Big
changing laws
money.
is difficult.
Yeah,
And
I would agree that it's big
capitalism.
money. I would agree that it's big money. I would agree with that.
Can I ask a clarification question to Paul Carroll here on this? The drug war, right? Would you agree that the government at the highest echelons is actually working with the cartels at their highest echelons in order to facilitate the drug trade?
That's a great point.
We all know this. We all know
We
why
all know
Mexico.
Right.
We all know
That's
why
called
Mexico is the
corruption.
way it is.
That's called bullshit lies.
What are you talking about?
So
that's called the government is bad. Protest them. Stop criticizing somebody that's criticizing the government. Don't
I'm not.
quit.
I'm
Don't
not.
work in the government. If you do, quit. You're part of it.
No.
All these laws are being circumvented by the highest echelons of the government.
Yeah, you think the United States cocaine trade? Do you think that's? Do you think that the few mules that they bust every single year coming across the border? You don't think the submarines that are bringing in the big shipments? You don't think that at the upper echelon everybody's in on the scam?
And not just for drugs, but for all crime. It's called crime management. The government manages to make sure there's crime and to keep the bosses in charge of it so that they have stability and they know who's doing it. The police do it in every city. They know who the leaders are of the gangs. You think they don't know? They know.
Yeah, and we even
perception.
But we even had Joe Cool on a panel not too long ago.
I like Joe Cool. Bring Joe Cool up.
Well,
he's sensible.
Twinkle,
you don't think anybody else on
here.
this panel is sensible?
Oh, I do, and I will tell you who I think it is.
Who?
Paul Carroll.
Oh my goodness! That's why I put you below Paul Carroll.
Because there's a certain expectation in society that people will act in a reasonable manner and socialize or build relationships or communicate a certain way. And to me, I think I would probably have one of the best and most productive conversations with Paul Carroll.
Except that you just admitted that the very same government that Paul Carroll is a part of in procuring
Paul
their
Carroll is a
policies
person. He's a people. He's a people.
He's a person.
He was born Paul Carroll before he was Paul Carroll Esquire.
But right now, he's a government he works for the government and he's
He's not.
to facilitate. Yes, he is. He's a prosecutor. He
That well,
prosecutes.
okay,
He's part of the human
but
trafficking
he
trade
also
the government is
okay.
doing.
I don't agree with
Human
you.
trafficking.
That's what you believe. I
You just
believe that
admitted that
he
the
has a
government is
job.
behind it.
He has a job. He
Oh, so
may
he
work
has a
for the
job.
government in some capacity, but
Okay, how
he's
about
still a
this?
person.
How about
He's
this?
not a lawyer when he goes,
Wait,
you
how
know,
You're
about this,
saying that's
bowling.
You're
Yeah,
saying
Lillian,
that's sensible to be part of that criminal organization, which
Why
is
are
the
you guys?
government.
What Josh asked me, who I thought was the most sensible person, and now you're trying to question why I think Paul is sensible.
So you're
I'm not
allowed to think what you want to think. Mr. Carroll, do
Exactly,
you work
that's
for the
fine.
government?
I work for a county government in Ohio, yes.
So yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Lillian, we just went over this, and you just said that the government is in on all the major crime.
I did not say that.
You said we all know it. We all know that the government at the highest echelons is facilitating the crime with the drug leaders, with the human trafficking, which Paul Carroll is in, with
And listen, I'm not picking on Mr. Carroll because Mr. Carroll, you can quit your job tomorrow, and then we.
Yeah, we can all have a great conversation with Paul Carroll. We know that he's calm and but at the end of the day, he's part of the human trafficking organization that is called the government.
And that's your opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, but what happens if you speak out against an injustice? Do you have to risk your law license if you were to speak out against the courts?
I disagree with the magistrates and the judges that I go before on a semi-regular basis.
Okay, but we were also on a panel and I asked you, have you ever thrown a protest if you saw somebody lose their freedom in front of you? And you said no.
Correct.
Okay, so you would say that your free speech is limited in your capacity, correct?
Well, I haven't encountered a situation where I thought a person being put in jail was unjust, in my personal experience.
Oh my God, though.
Anybody losing their freedom to go to a debt prison.
We have got to get your record, Paul, because I guarantee that there are peeps that have been wrongly convicted and it proven so. I mean,
okay, how about
the
this?
Justice system is just too.
I mean, I haven't worked for the government that long. The quote-unquote record sheet that you're describing doesn't even exist.
The
way
record
you're
of
describing
cases that you prosecuted, yes, it exists.
And
Mr. Carroll, how about this? I'll ask a little more fair question, Mr. Carroll. Has the state ever brought a claim or asked you to bring a claim? Has your boss ever asked you to bring a claim that you just said, no, I refuse to bring this claim against somebody?
Not in that sense, because if I see a claim that doesn't make sense, I go to my boss and I say, here's the situation, and we agree to dismiss it.
And you've never been put in a situation where your moral compass told you that the right thing to do is to not pursue a specific claim?
No.
So then every claim that, but then you just said you saw somebody lose their freedom in a court over debt, and you didn't have any problem bringing that claim.
Correct.
What part of morals and ethics tells you that that's correct?
They violated the law and they were found in contempt. Contempt carries a jail sentence, and they didn't comply with.
So it's
called a purge, and so the prison sentence was imposed.
It's the fact. So it's the fact that they didn't comply.
So
with
Paul
a court
Carroll
order.
has just given the government the ability to create your opinions. Whatever the government writes in their law is now your belief. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it like that, but I wouldn't say it in as stark terms as that. You know, certainly if the government where I am in Ohio passed a law saying anybody who doesn't pay their child support from like anybody who doesn't 100% comply with their child support order goes to prison for 10 years, I'd say that's wrong.
But
that's not what the law
okay.
says.
But
Okay,
9
so
okay.
So how long do they have to lose their freedom for it to not be okay?
9 years, 364 days. A lot.
I mean,
No,
where is the threshold? Have you ever spent one day in jail, Mr. Carroll?
I have not.
Can I tell you that one day in jail is can be absolutely agonizing?
It can ruin somebody's entire life. It really can.
But also, hypothetically speaking, anything could ruin someone's entire life.
Yeah, but we're not paying people to do that, right? I mean, things happen, but you're paying the government to do this. You asked what you can do to change it.
So you don't think that the government, as much as it could, tries to pick the best people for the job, and unfortunately people are bad apples?
No. They try and get the worst ones for the job, and
I don't know. That's a crock of bullshit. That's a crock of bullshit. That's a crock of bullshit. That's a crock
If
of
I had
bullshit.
approached my interview for the prosecutor's office saying, gosh, I can't wait to just throw as many people in prison as I possibly can, I probably wouldn't have been hired.
But let's go to the inverse of that. Where it's like, okay, well, if I have to throw one person in jail and take away one person's freedom over debt, I'm not going to do it.
But it's not the fact that it's a debt. What led to the debt?
It's not the fact that it's a debt. That's exactly what it was.
No.
Yeah,
The people have a legal obligation to support their children, and when they don't do that, it's a violation of the law.
We just
But also, generally speaking, most people that go to jail it's not over debt. I mean, unless you're looking at debt as a bond or bail, which someone can't afford based on their criminal activity, which is fair because you don't want to release a murderer back on the street right away, do you?
A murderer. We jump right to murders. You just said most people that go to jail aren't there for a debt, and you need to cite that statistic because I don't agree.
How about you cite it and then show me?
Yeah, but you made the claim.
I don't agree. Yeah, you made this claim when in fact I know that most arrests are for
people don't go to jail for debt. Debt
yes,
is
they
not
do.
necessarily a crime unless you are being accused
Lillian,
of
Lillian,
what is
Lillian,
it called? Like
Lillian, let me
stealing
stop
money from a
Listen,
corporation.
stop the
Yes,
presses
failure
right
to
here.
pay
Stop.
fines.
Yeah, stop the absolute presses because here, I spent 3 months in Oakland County Jail, and when you're walking around in a circle with everybody, do you know what the majority of people were in there for?
Failure to pay fines.
Not paying fast enough. They didn't pay a debt fast enough. That's what the majority of folks in there were in there for. They did not pay back what they owed fast enough.
So then they got a warrant to go to jail?
Yes. Or
That was
failure
one
to
of the
appear.
biggest. That was one of the
failure
biggest.
to appear.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest shockers to me when I'm walking around,
All
and
right,
then
show me the statistics. Show me the Oakland County intake statistics. Show it to me. I'm right here if you want.
Well,
you know,
I'll tell
the
you
sheriff's
this.
department isn't far. We can go look it up.
I'll tell you this,
I don't believe that in 365 days of the year, the inmate population was due to debt.
Oh my gosh.
almost the entire jail. Okay, I don't remember what city this was from, but it was just yesterday or the day before that I read this article, and they were housing like on average of about 1,000 peeps a day, right? And it's a constant cycle, right? And on a daily average, 980 of them were waiting for trial. They were not even convicted of anything. Okay, so the
Was that due
jails.
process, under due process?
Well, you're changing the goalposts. We're talking
I'm
about
not. You
who
just said
and why they're
people
in
were
jail.
convicted without a trial, right?
No, they weren't convicted yet. They did not have a trial, but they're sitting in jail waiting.
Right. So they did not have a speedy trial, which is part of your due process,
No, I
isn't
didn't
it?
say anything about a speedy trial. Whether they're there for 1 day, 10 days, or a year waiting for a trial is irrelevant. The fact is that the jails are full almost entirely. This was 984 out of 1,000 on a daily average. Okay, of peeps that
How
were just
recent was
waiting.
this?
Huh?
How recent was this?
I just read this yesterday or today. Like,
Well,
it's
being
just
in jail awaiting
it's
trial.
just an example. Yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting, right? They have not been convicted of anything yet.
Well, they were arrested on the probable cause of having committed whatever crime they're facing, and then they have the option to bond out, or if they can't, then
They sit
stay
and
in
wait for
jail.
their trial.
Or if they can't, then their option is, oh, plea and get out right now to something that they may or may not have done, or don't plea and sit in jail and try and prove it. And the majority of peeps faced with that decision plea and get out now and then have something on their record, and then it's used against them later by everybody who says, oh, well, I would have fought it. Yeah, bullshit. You're liars, man.
No, I've heard a lot of municipalities essentially expunging smaller crimes because they don't want to overcrowd the jail cells.
So,
And the
well, okay, well,
primary
let-
They're
reason
not
why
expunging. They're not
Okay, well,
expunging. They're just
yeah.
releasing early.
And let me back this up. Let me back this up because I was just making the observation that the majority of people that were walking in the circle in the jail that I spent 3 months in, the overwhelming majority were in there because they didn't pay a debt fast enough. But what it boils down to is if there's one person in there, if there's just one single solitary body that's in there because they didn't pay a debt back fast enough, I don't understand how jail helps them pay their debt faster.
It doesn't.
So
it's
how
not that
does that?
they're it's not that they're in jail for the debt, it's that they are in jail because
Friend
they
of the court,
violated
it's
an
I'll tell
order
you.
to pay.
Friend of the court, somebody got busted with some weed back when it was illegal, and they didn't pay off their probation fast enough. Somebody that got a driving on suspended for like the third time, and now they owe $900 and they can't pay it back. That's the majority of people that were walking around there. And then I had the realization that this isn't about public safety because none of those people were a threat to each other. They were housed in minimal security. They could walk out the door to their freedom if they wanted to. Of course, they're not going to do that because then that's just going to mean a longer jail stay. But the majority of people that are in there are no threat to anybody.
Right, no threat. They're there for violating an order.
Yes.
It's not even, the government does not even care if you pay. It's, you violated my order.
Okay,
Yes.
so how
A
are we
court
going
order.
to change it?
court order.
How do you want to change it?
Well, if it's a nonviolent victimless crime, figure out something different.
How I
Okay, like
wanna
like
change it.
what?
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
Like
answer
what?
your question,
There's
Liliana.
public shaming. There's public
Yes.
shaming.
How I want to change it, Liliana, is by public shaming and making it to where government employees quit faster than they can be hired. And therefore, there is less of it and less of
Let's
it and less
face it, the majority of the people that this country probably are not going to support that.
Well,
So
it's
that's
too
that's
It
when
fucking
you
doesn't matter
bad.
if
have
they support
It's
it or
too
not.
fucking bad because that's the power of one of the people. Is they can go and protest like holy fucking hell and
you
make
can
any government
absolutely.
employee's life a living fucking hell.
Just
as long as
because
it's not criminal harassment.
We can.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's called petitioning the government for a redress of our grievances.
Yeah, I was
And
saying
you
as
don't get
long
to
as it isn't
convert it
criminal
into a
harassment
fucking
to make their
crime.
life, quote, living fucking hell.
Yeah, because they have to face the public shame.
Mr. Carroll just dropped an F-bomb, by the way.
Ooh.
I think that is a
Good.
record.
I love it. Freedom of speech.
I'm not freedom of speech.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying it because it's like, you know, it's a breakthrough moment.
I've never had anything against swearing.
Well, maybe it wouldn't make their life a living hell if they like being shamed in public, if they like their crimes being broadcast all over the internet, if they like being a pariah and
Enforcing
feeling
the
like
law is not a
nobody
crime.
likes them. Huh?
Enforcing the law isn't a crime.
It's a moral crime, and the people are sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of your arbitrary laws that just because somebody wrote it down in a book that's now like 6 inches fucking thick, that it means a damn, that we care, right? These aren't crimes. We're tired of it. Fucking having a dirty license plate, something hanging from your rearview mirror, your tag's not properly displayed.
Not using a blinky light.
Yeah. Oh, you happen to fucking peel out around a corner in the rain. A rolling stop sign. You hurt a cop's fucking feelings. You didn't follow this order. You didn't show up to fucking court. It goes on and on and on, and we're fucking sick of it. And you're part of it. You're fucking part of it. And you should be ashamed of yourself, Paul Carroll. It's fucking disgusting. And that's why you admitted that
I'm
you
not
would
ashamed
most
that my job
likely-
is to go make sure children get
Don't
the
tell
child
someone.
support they're entitled to.
Don't tell someone
You
how to
should be.
feel. That's not nice.
I have the right. He is paid by tax dollars. And you asked how to fix it? Criticize your government.
Are
You
your
saying that
tax
they're being-
dollars paying for his salary?
People don't pay tax dollars because people don't do commerce and people don't trade their services for money.
So then how are you complaining
So
about
then
someone?
they wouldn't be your public servants if you
Yeah.
aren't paying their salary.
That's my point. Thank you, Paul.
Right. They belong to the people, but the citizens are the ones who actually pay
But
their
you
salary.
But public
but you
servants
are
don't
not the
belong to anybody because they're not slaves.
Yeah, they're servants. Slaves and servants are not the same thing.
Right, but you're saying they belong to the people. People don't belong to other people.
I'm a
Slavery's
slave
been
to
out
my
there.
wife.
People don't belong to other people. Servants.
Sounds like
of
you're
the
mixing up
people.
your own words here.
No, you,
My wife
you
made me a slave.
continuously do that. You are not one of the people. You are a
I'm a
servant
person.
of
He
the
is.
people.
He was
See, you
he was
just
a
said it.
person when he
You're a
was a
person.
he was
I'm
a
part of we
proper
the people
person when he
in
was
the
You are a
Constitution.
person, not one of the people.
Go back.
Just like an assault rifle is not a patrol
Lock
rifle.
it.
They
Word
are
salad,
different.
word salad. We are experts at word salad. Sorry.
What do
Oh,
you
who's here?
Who the hell is that?
We got everybody back on panel. We got Wolvie back. We got Hazuke back.
All right.
But yeah, you're entitled to say your opinion, and I'm entitled to laugh at the notion that I should be ashamed that I'm trying to help children get the child support they're entitled to.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
you're entitled, but I have a right, and there's a big fucking difference because I didn't sell
No,
out my rights
everyone
for a
has
paycheck like you
both.
did, Paul Carroll. I
Everyone.
I
didn't
also
sell
have
out.
rights.
Yeah.
I didn't sell out. I didn't give the government.
He's not a
permission to
lesser
run.
person. He does not have less rights than anyone
But
here.
if you also don't pay taxes,
he
then
does.
how can you say that the public servants serve you?
I'm about
Well-
to smoke you some crack.
They're servants of the people.
You don't pay
They're
tax
not
on
people.
crack either.
They're of the people.
They're not people. They're automatons. And that's why they need to be controlled by people like you.
No, they're persons, and persons are not people. They're two
But-
different words. They have two different meanings, and I'm talking constitutionally, not in everyday speak.
Oh, I
So
just
we-
visited the Constitution.
Oh, everyday speech doesn't matter. We don't speak English in this country. I'm sorry.
I'm talking. The Constitution is a contract, and it
Do you know
defines
that
words.
actually English is not the official language of the United States of America?
Yep, there is no
I
official
believe it's their
language in
native.
America.
Native said that, didn't
There
he?
is no official language.
Yep.
Well, that you say or I say, yeah.
No, it's recognized that America
By
has
who?
no
By
official.
who?
By
The United States of America?
A bunch of
yes.
people that took
Make
a
the
land
rules?
from it didn't belong to. Come on, man.
Yes.
Come
Ooh.
on, man.
Wait. You know what?
Go
I
look
haven't
it
been
up.
here for
I'm
a
right.
while. I haven't been here
I'm
for a
right.
while, so let me just say one thing because I haven't said anything in over half an hour.
Either have I. Just left. I
That
just came
I
back.
got to
that's a
admit,
miracle.
I got to admit, they do have a point there. Because if
Who's
somebody did something wrong hundreds of years ago, all cops are bad right now. That makes so much sense.
No, it has nothing to do with cops. What I said
If
had nothing to do with cops.
if you
It
can
has
find
anything to
one
do with the
cop,
government and the slavery and these servants and this and that have to do what they do because they're not people because we took the country from the Indians and they took it from whoever was here before
We didn't
them
get
and
no.
the
There.
Europeans took everything from who
We
they
didn't
took
take
it to.
anything from the
That's the
nobody
history of
said
the
any
world.
of that.
We
But
didn't take
nobody
anything
made that
from the
Nobody
Indians.
You were
fucking
just
said
talking
any
about
of
the
that.
Indians before they came. What does that have to do with now?
Nobody said any of that shit.
Yeah.
I said
There's
natives.
people and there's persons. Those
No,
are the
there's
two
not.
words. Yes, there is. There's not. Nobody's talking about autonomous.
There's chairs
Nobody's
and
talking
there's
about
couches and there's cars and there's automobiles. So what?
And there's crackheads.
There's
Right, and
patrol
you're obviously
rifles
one of
and
them.
there's assault rifles.
If you believe there's a difference between a person and people because
Look at you, man.
I'm not
trying
a
to
person,
insult
therefore
somebody.
the law doesn't apply to me, then you're insane. You must be smoking crack to think that.
Ain't nobody
No,
smoking no
I'm one
damn
of the
crack.
people, and people don't give a shit what their government says. They don't answer to their government.
So
They
you're
don't
not a person.
explain.
Then
I'm
what's
one
a
of the
proper person?
He's not a person. He's an
uh,
alien. Are you a lizard? Are you one of those lizard people I keep hearing about?
I'm one
a
of the
proper
people.
person.
He's a
There's two words here, and you keep trying to use other words. There's people.
What
And
is
there's
a
person.
plural? What is a plural of person?
Persons.
Can be. That's legit English.
It depends on the situation.
Could be
Do you
people.
know? Do you know we've already had just for everybody on panel, just to sit for the sake of time.
What?
Do you
Josh?
realize we've already had this discussion with Mr. Carroll? Me, people, Mr. Carroll. We already had this discussion when Juan Galt was up.
And you guys didn't learn anything. And you guys didn't learn anything.
More
It's
than
not
that.
about
mercy.
Long
okay.
Galt is pretty cool.
Well, let me ask you this, because the stream's going on 4 hours, so we're gonna shut this thing down here shortly. Hazuki, did you come up here and get anything out of this panel tonight?
Yes, I did. And I'm not, and I'll tell you right now, everybody on the panel, no matter what you think of me or anything I've said tonight, as far as actually being able to sit down and have the conversation with you guys, I think open dialogue is great. It didn't get down to name calling. It didn't become straight up fighting. We could disagree. I get a bit heated when I debate. That's fine, but no insults were thrown, and I respect
Well, how about
that.
this?
I
Well,
respect
fuck
that.
you. How about this? Well, fuck you, you fucking asshole with the dipshit dog icon.
But that's standard practice from you, so I expect that. Plus, I know you
All
have
right.
a sense of humor.
There you go. So I had to end it right there.
What he said.
Hopefully we can pick up on this discussion with maybe round 2. Maybe we can come back to some of the exciting parts of this discussion, but we're going on 4 hours. I have to do that 4-letter thing they call work tomorrow, which people accuse me of not doing all the time. So I have to get going to do that at some point. So is there anything on a round table anybody would like to say in closing, starting with Hazuki?
I love everybody, and I hope everybody loves me.
Well, I said starting with Hazuki, Wolvie.
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
All right. Well, I agree. And my closing statement is unalienable rights comes from the Declaration of Independence, which is not law. Thank you.
All right. That was Hazuki. Wolvie?
Blessed are the peacekeepers, for they are truly the sons of God.
All right.
Yeah,
so
isn't it
that
great that cops keep the peace?
But they don't keep the peace. They actually they accelerate the violence.
but you're the guys that escalate the arguments
Okay,
with
wait.
the
Can I
cops.
just say my closing statement so I could get out of here?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Lillian. Lillian, you can always unblock me too on Facebook Messenger so I can send you stuff in private, you know?
No, thanks. I don't want any of that anymore. But unblock me in your chat, though. How about that?
That's where I was going with the whole
Hell
unblock
no.
me
Yeah.
on Messenger so I could tell you what's going on with
No,
Hell
no.
no. If you want to talk in this
So
chat,
in
you
my
can get up on
closing, I would like to say just fucking be nice to each other.
Hell no.
And I also think that we
Wolfie's
can
the
make a
best guy in the world.
change for a better world together.
Okay,
Here,
just
here.
don't let me see you like just don't let me
Amen,
see you
sister.
just don't let me see you in those other channels licking boots.
I
'cause
can
then you
do
can't
whatever
come
I
over
want to
here.
do, and I could go wherever I want to go.
And that is true.
My morning stream.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
but
my
that also
freedom.
means that also
My
means I
freedom.
can that also means I can call out the hypocrisy if that happens.
Just give
Well,
him a
unblock me so I can challenge it.
Unblock me on Messenger and I'll unblock you on YouTube.
No. She can get up on panel and talk all she wants.
That's a
Yeah,
negotiation.
there we go. There we go.
The trolls can get up on channel, but when they're blocked, they're blocked.
When they're blocked, they're blocked. Mr. Carroll, is there anything you would like to say in closing?
I did see the banner that you would put up, and you forgot the part of it where you were quoted as saying, "I agree 100%." So just be sure to include that in there next time.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. People.
Yeah. The people have the rights. Persons have privileges. Press on, press harder, press now, and fuck a troll in the motherfucking butt until they bleed.
Damn.
Be sure to
There
get
we
consent
go.
first.
Later.
I always get consent. So on that note, we're about to fuck a troll in the butt. So if anybody wants to get off panel now before that happens so that you're not,
Yeah,
like
can you take
associated.
me out of the last bit there? I don't know why you still have me in there weeks later.
Well, listen, Lillian, if you're going for the same reason as that troll constantly gets fucked in the butt. Like if my name is going to come out of your mouth, expect me to use that voice clip in a way that you didn't intend and that you didn't want. Just like I didn't want them using my name and I didn't want to hear my name coming out of their mouth. Now turnabout is fair play, except for I'm doing it in a playful way. Does that make sense?
You were saying my name first for the record.
Oh, no. We can come back to that on a different night. So everybody, here's what it sounds like to F a troll in the butt. I don't blame you guys if you want to check out now.
Oh my God. Well, we've hit it. We've finally got there. It took us 17 minutes, but we got there. We've reached the peak. I think just take him in. Asshole.
Might be dildos in there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Is there anything you want to tell us, Josh? Is there anything? Oh my God. Well, we've hit it. I think just take him in. Asshole. It hurts. Oh my God. Well, we've hit it. We've finally got there. It took us 17 minutes, but we got there.
Yeah, I don't want to be the star of this show. I'm here for I'm here for Broken.
Okay, and then we're playing our outro here, guys. So we're playing the outro, and then we'll get out of here.
Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed.
Oh, he fucked him up, dude. He showed right up and filmed his ass in front of his house.
That's funny.
Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is all you need, so cultivate and plant the seed. Victory is you need. So cultivate and plant the seed.
Are trying to cause a rise or get attention.
Victory is all you need. So cultivate and plant the seed.
All right, so there you have it, folks. Again, wasn't planning on doing a long stream, right? At this point, that's like a punchline. I'd like to thank all my guests for coming up today. I don't know if we, got any closer together or if it just drove us further apart. That's debatable. That's for another discussion at another time. But thank you all for being here. I love everybody for, participating. And with any luck, we get to do this again tomorrow.